sometimes we have working programs that are very logical, and then you have a call inside the working program that has absolutely no logic. What I would like to say, don't panic. It's absolutely normal. And I think that's why we are today to discuss a bit what can we do together, the fact that maybe we can understand better some challenges of today. And now to finish up, I would like to say that projects are very important, apart from bringing money and delivering some changes, are also very important for ourselves, also to grow our own teams, take projects also a way to invest in our capacity. Even we talk about Interreg, or like coordination and support actions from Horizon. This year is also the European Year of the Skills. And yesterday at the PRI meeting, we were talking also about the fact that our staff in agencies, but also in public administration, need a lot of new skills. Even if you think about the deficit of climate experts in Europe that are needed to implement change and policies and so on, it's actually huge. So that's all from my side. I really wish you a very fruitful day with a lot of discussions. I will underline what Ivana was saying. Please don't hesitate to have bilateral meetings, to make the most of today. Don't hesitate to talk to people. If you need our assistance, because we know most of the people in the room, don't hesitate to approach the EURADA Secretariat to organize a meeting for you. And this is it. I'm really looking forward to see the presentations today, and I'm happy to leave you in very good hands. I think we'll have very experienced people today dealing with the panels and with the presentations. So wish you all the best, and I hope you will go home today with the sort of project idea, if not with some partners or with some sort of project deal. So thank you so much and wish you all the best.
Thank you, Bogdan. Indeed, we do want to make this brokerage event successful for all of you, even for our online participants who we hope you can hear us now. So if you check also the participant booklet and you see a name, an organization that you see is not joining us here today, they might be joining us online, but you're still interested in getting to know them, don't hesitate to approach any of the EURADA Secretariat to get their contact details. Without further ado, I'd like to invite the members of our first panel on Interreg Europe to be moderated by Simon Bugart. Simon is a strategic advisor at the RDA Utrecht region in the heart of the Netherlands, and he is honored to host this Interreg Europe session. Simon has a background in SME finance at the Ministry of Economic Affairs, where he worked for more than a decade. RDA Utrecht region is a very young member of the RDA family, and since last year, also a proud member of the EURADA family. In 2 years' time, they did 18 equity investments and brought 46 companies to the region. Utrecht is a region of high level of education, work, and entrepreneurship and quality of life, and have defined the ecosystems life science, media, and gaming, and smart sustainability. Their ambition is to be the most competitive region of the EU. In 2019, Utrecht region finished second together with London and after Stockholm. Simon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's been an honor to open this first session on Interreg. We are a proud new member, of course, of EURADA. We are in contact with Roberto, with Giacomo, and Jerome. Thanks to join this session, and it is important to share knowledge, of course, and experience of the EU programs. Thank you for inviting me as moderator for this session. We believe to have an interesting session for the online and offline people. I represent the collaboration of 9 RDA's in the Netherlands. It is still working in progress. We cover all the countries, so we work together on specific topics within our RDA's and also within the European strategy and approach. The main goal of this Interreg session is to improve regional policy instruments and to create investments, jobs, and innovation. We as an RDA support that goal, but sometimes we find it challenging to incorporate entrepreneurs in programs and sister programs under Interreg. Maybe in this session we can reflect on that. Last Monday, you also already mentioned it, the regional competitiveness index. Last Monday, the new index was presented, and Utrecht region is a proud new leader in Europe. So we had a party to in our region. This is an encouragement for us to strengthen our economic agenda coming years. For us as RDA, it is a specific challenge, and I'm curious if you recognize it, to involve and incorporate SMEs in research and development activities, and encourage valorization as breeding ground for new companies. We have a focus on ecosystem, it was mentioned already, on media and gaming, life science, and health and smart sustainability. Competitive companies build solutions for the problems that we face tomorrow. I hope and believe Interreg also contributes in this way. In this block, we have 2 contributions. One is Estelle Roger from the European Commission DG Regio, and to give an overview of opportunities and calls within the new Interreg period. Then there's time for some Q&As. And the second presentation is from Alice Susea from RDR North-Est from Romania, to give us an RDA view on the possibilities to collaborate within the Interreg program. Can I give Estelle the floor?
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. So I think. Okay, so I have the. Okay, so my name is, just to present myself, my name is Estelle Roger, I'm from DG Regio, and I work in one of the 2 units responsible for the financing instrument, European Territorial Cooperation, in short, Interreg. In my unit, we have many programs. We have the programs with the external borders, and we also have the macro-regional strategies. So before I go to Interreg Europe, because I'm the desk officer for this program, I just would like to mention a bit the context as well of Interreg. So Interreg, we have 86 programs with an envelope of 10 billion euros for 21-27, and they operate at 4 different geographical levels. So most of the funds are in cross-border, so internal borders and borders with external countries as well. So most of the funds are there. We have also transnational, so they work on a wider geographical scope, covering something that is in common. So either you have the Mediterranean area, you have the Alpine region, you have the Baltic Sea or the Black Sea. We have 4 interregional programs. Among the 4, there is also Interreg Europe. So they work at interregional level. It means that they work at pan-European level. They cover all the EU regions. And something new for 21-27, we have programs with the outermost regions as well, with an overlap. Most of these programs have been adopted so far. We have already launched some call for proposals, and some projects have already started. And this is the case as well of Interreg, that I will come back to this after. So just also in the context, it's very important to understand that Interreg is one of the two pillars of the cohesion policy. So next to Interreg, you have also the ESF programs, the ERDF programs, the national, regional, but you have also these borders programs, cooperation among the countries. So it's really, the difference is really that you have to work together among the regions at different levels. And the focus for 21-27 will be the same as for all the EU instruments, meaning the green and digital transition. So there are some requirements, some concentration requirements for each program that they have to invest as well. Most of the funds in the green and digital transition. On the thematic approach, they cover all the 5 policy objectives of the cohesion policy, from smart, green, connected to social as well, to ensure also social cohesion, and also some measures to bring the citizens closer to us. And something new as well for Interreg in 21-27, you have the regular project, maybe for 2, 3, in the case of Interreg Europe, it's 4 years, so it's a long investment as well. You have this small scale project, so it's for a limited duration with a certain maximum amount of money. Normally, it's an easier access to the funds with the use of simplified consumption. And it's not always linked to some results. It's more sometimes to test new things, but it depends on each programs as well. So this is for Interreg in general. So for you, what is really important to think about is with whom you would like to cooperate with, in which regions and which country, and on which subject you want to cooperate on. It's very important. And you have a database, maybe you know already this, it's interreg.eu. I had a look yesterday. There are currently 12 open calls for Project Open. Among these 12, you have Interreg Europe, and you can really check this. So you go directly to the website, you check the calls, and you arrive at the website of the program. Also interesting, because it's not well known as well, you have access to this. It's the cohesion data. In this cohesion data, you have the data that are coming from the programs that have been adopted. And you know, for Interreg, how much funds will be invested in which area, because there are different codes. So you can see where most of the funds will be invested in the funding period. So have a look at this. It's also very interesting. And finally, you have a nice database as well, another one. It's keep.eu database, when you have all the description of the project that have been already supported under Interreg in general. So there is a search function, so you can have a look at what kind of projects have been already supported in the past. So after Interreg, we go to Interreg Europe. Interreg Europe is a program based in Lille. The managing authority is the Région de France, and the desk office within DG Regio of this pan-European program. The program has been adopted last year, and they have already launched a first call of proposal. I will speak about a little bit later. So they have a budget of approximately 380 billion euro for 21-27. It's an increase in comparison to 2020. The program covered all the topics of the cohesion policy. So they can cover smart, connectivity, social, and citizens, and also better governance. It's also an aspect that is also important. And they cover all the EU countries, plus Norway and Switzerland. And about the geography of this program, it's not something that is a secret. There are ongoing discussions to enlarge the program as well to the Western Balkans and to new candidate countries, Ukraine and Moldova. But it's an ongoing process. It's not simple. So just to let you know this. So the objective of this program is the rationale is a bit different than the normal Interreg programs. So you have to change a bit your mind. But I think you are a little bit familiar with the program, because I think EURADA was already member or partner in 1423 Interreg Europe. I did my investigation. So the objective is really to improve the regional development policy instrument, including investment for jobs and growth goals programs. So the question is, what is a policy instrument? The policy instrument, Interreg Europe has developed as well a program manual where you can find all the definition of this. So the policy instrument is like a public intervention. It can be a strategy of municipality. It can be a law. And it's also a program of the cohesion policy. So either an ERDF program, an ESF program, or an Interreg program are part as well of this Interreg Europe program. And what are the nature of the activities? It's really it's a capacity building program. It's about learning from each other, not reinventing the wheel, and to find solutions to common problems. So regions come together, work together on a particular issue, and then try to find some solutions. And they have also to implement these solutions as well. So it's for the policymakers, the public authorities. So it's different from the other, I would say, Interreg programs, cross-border and transnational. They have two actions: the project, the cooperation project, and they also have the policy learning platform, but I will not speak about this today. It's also different, but it's also very important because it's something new. It was something new for 1420 period. It's really a platform where you can find the best practice, publication, you have access to some experts in some areas. You can ask for a peer review as well. This is also interesting. And it's open to, you have to register, but it's also, maybe some of you are members, I don't know. But it's also something very interesting, but I will focus on the project. So the project, I think I mentioned it's really to exchange of experience, knowledge, to find solutions to some issues. It's really the regional level and to find some solutions. So it's a partnership, you have to cooperate together. Most of the project, it's between 7 and 10 partners from different regions of Europe. And it's for the policymakers. I will define it a bit more after, and it's exchange of experience. For 21-27, the project lasts 4 years. So it's a long investment as well. 4 years of working with partners from different regions. So you really have to invest a lot of time to find the appropriate partners, because you will then during 4 years. And it can be challenging as well. So eligible, who is eligible? You have the public authorities, the public law bodies, and the private non-profit bodies. So I don't know exactly what is the situation for you as development agencies, but I think you are considered, maybe you can tell me as private non-profit bodies, but it depends on I think it depends on the country and your statute as well. The co-financing rate, it depends on your statute. If you are a public body, you receive 80% of the RDF. Private non-profit, it's 70%. And for Norway and Swiss funding, because they participate in the program, it's a bit different. So for Norway, it's directly for the Swiss, they directly fund the partners in the cooperation. And for Norway, they found only 50%. So what I was mentioning before is that the objective is really to improve the policy instrument of the participating regions. And in all the projects, this requirement is a bit softened, I think, for 21-27. If you have 8 regions, so each regions come with a policy instrument. One of them should be a cohesion policy program. So either an RDF program, an ESF program, depending on the school, or an Interreg program. It's an eligibility requirement. So the activities I was mentioning before, it's really exchanges experience through study visits, seminars, peer reviews, and you can also have right at the beginning, in 1420, it was at the end of the project. Now you can right at the beginning have some pilot actions as well. And it's really to increase your capacity building, capacity of people, knowledge of the people, and knowledge of the organization. So it's 4-year implementation. So you have a core phase of 3 years. And you have 1 year of how you have improved your policy instruments. There is also a strong monitoring from the side of Interreg Europe, the secretariats. So every 6 months you have to report. Each project has really to report and define and formulate what they have achieved during the 6 months. And they really have to show how they have improved their policy instruments. Maybe there is a change of governance. Maybe through this policy instrument, they have changed the content. Maybe the law has changed as well, or maybe the strategy has changed. So these are considered as policy improvement, but they have to be demonstrated as well. What also is very important, and is part of the eligibility requirements. When you have a partnership with the regions and you bring also your policy instruments, you also have to involve the policy responsible authority of these instruments. Because if you want to change the policy, you have to bring the politicians on board. So now the politicians, but the ministry or the city, if it's a municipality, the body who is responsible for the strategy, or in the case, if you include cohesion policy program, you have also to include the managing authority. So this is, and 50% of this policy instrument, the policy authority should cover 50% of the policy instruments. And you have to create as well in a stakeholder group in each region. In Interreg, you also have different levels of partnership. So you are the lead partner. You can be the policy responsible authority. You can be also the associated policy authority. So you are officially in the project, but you don't have the budget. I think it was the case for EURADA in some project for 1420 as well. So Interreg Europe launched the first call of proposal last year before the adoption. The first call was open from April to May. There was a big success. So among the 134 project proposals submitted, a bit more than they have been selected. So if you see, most of the projects selected are more on smart and green, but we have new projects on the social as well. And the project have been selected and have already started the 1st of March 23. For your information, most of the projects selected, most of the partners are coming from South Europe. So you have Italy, Spain, Romania, Poland, France. However, most of the regions, a bit more than, it's 63 of the 92 regions are represented in the first one. And very interesting for you as well, most of the organizations that are partners in the project are regional public authority. You have local public authority, agency, business, education and research. So for you, it's also interesting to see the kind of partners you have as well in this project, cooperation project. So the second call for proposal for Interreg Europe was launched 2 weeks ago in Stockholm. I was there as well. Till the 9th of June. There is an envelope, a foreseen envelope of 130 million euros, and all the topics are open, from smart green, social, citizens, and governance. During this meeting in Stockholm, it was only on site, so there were approximately 500 people coming to Stockholm. And after some presentation in the morning, there were not networking opportunities for possible candidates in the afternoon. What it's also for you, because the program offers many tools as well for you to assess and see if your project can really fit to the program. You can have a look at what has been already approved to see if you have new ideas as well. Innovation is also important. Solidarity is also important. So this is the two, I would say, main message for you. It's innovation, but also solidarity, because it's also on the geographical coverage is quite important. So the partnership has to ensure a good geographical coverage. So there are some eligibility rules. Each project has to cover these 4 areas. So the north, the east, the south, and the west. For the outermost region, there is an exception. Basically, the outermost region could cooperate among themselves without these 4 areas. And for you as well, there are some tools as well in the program Interreg Europe. If your project is relevant, to get inspiration as well for other projects, to submit your project idea as well, to find partners, and ask as well for feedback if you have a kind of proposal. So they are really helpful, and they are really there to help you as well. And if you have the opportunity to be selected as well in Interreg Europe, you are really followed by 2 persons within the team of Interreg Europe. Always a project officer and a financial officer. So you are not left alone in this process. Thank you. If I can I stay there for some, if there are some questions, or shall I?
I think there's no block of
Yes.
Estelle, thank you.
Let us
Thank-
check the Slido in case there are
Okay.
some questions from the online participants. Okay, it seems there are no questions. We'll just check the Zoom chat as well. No. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Estelle.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Estelle. But there's now a round of questions.
We didn't, nobody from the online participants.
Okay, but maybe here, yeah, maybe here on the other side. Maybe there's a question.
There is Mariana Bandini. Just stand up and. Just for those who are. Thank you very much. And good morning all. I'm Valeria Bandini. I'm from ARTER, the development agency of the Emilia-Romagna region. And thank you for your presentation. I have 2 simple, I suppose, questions, which are the first, you mentioned the opportunity for policy authority to be associated partners. In our experience, the project was part of the stakeholders group. So what's the advantage or the difference between relevant stakeholder for the
I think there are some experts, so you can have some expertise, but it's not to have 10 experts, huh? You can have, an expertise, because there is budget as well for consultancy in a sense, huh? So you can be associated, but it's not to have a big amount of people, but you can have researcher, you can have someone from a university, you can have an expert. Yes, it is possible.
Thank you very much.
Are there more questions? No, I don't see hands. Maybe still, I can finish with the question. I can imagine Interreg like as a financial instrument. It's not only the financial part that is the success factor. It's also about like creating a sense of urgency within public authorities to work together and for collaboration. How can we also, as an RDA, strengthen that sense of urgency to within Interreg collaboration?
I think you can be partner as well, of, but as it's about, I was saying about to improve the regional policy, you can be partner, but maybe you don't represent as well this policy that has to be improved. So it's a bit different. The rationale is the objective and rationale is a bit different for Interreg Europe. It's really policy looking and policy improvements. Sometimes people they don't really understand it's completely different than another, I would say, financial instrument under the cohesion policy, or maybe others. It's really capacity building. However, in all the partnerships, because we support as well smart specialization, we support as well clusters. So they are there as well. So it is possible as a partner. And you have these requirements, 50% should be with the policy authority, but you have as well some business, but you will see the difference with the intervention of my colleague from DG Regio this afternoon, Thomas Swaff. He will speak about the I3 instrument. So this is different because it's for the business, really. It's business oriented. Interreg Europe is more on the public authority. However, they have also to work together with the business. So the business is also there. It is possible.
Yeah, but also within the public authorities,
Yes.
it's difficult to in the daily priorities within the policy organization, it's difficult to get a European view and also the chances, the chances of Interreg within the public bodies. So that's a challenge.
That's a challenge. Well, in each country, normally you have a national contact point for Interreg Europe. So they are there really to help you as well. More than me personally, because they are really in their country, so they know as well, the landscape from public, private, so they can really help you. So I don't know who is responsible in the Netherlands, but I think you could find yes.
Okay, thank you. I think it's good to give the floor to Alice. Alice Sesea from Northwest. Alice, is it true that you are going on a study tour about local energy communities within a Horizon project in the Netherlands?
If I'm going there,
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
Okay.
that would be nice.
It was the answer of Google, so. Of course it was.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. Yes, my name is Alice Socha and I'm from Brussels office representation of EURADA Northeast Romania. And currently I'm the one that will break the ice and will start the pitch session. And today I will briefly talk about our EURADA and about an Interreg Europe project proposal, Culture Route, that is focused on collaborative pathways to smart and sustainable tourism
Specialization. So of course, even though they are focused on the and change ideas on this. So for you to have that, this in other one. There is. As you can see, we are pretty in currently our projects on the implementation of other projects as well on tourism, education, training, business and digitalization, national cooperation as but those the cultural project for and practice at the moment is focused on smart and sustainable cultural that highlight the European culture. That is mainly on focusing on innovative practices. Another part of our project is that we want economical growth and secondly, the way approach regarding regulatory standards, testing innovation, and to go straight to the activities that we propose for this project to create smart activities to augment reality, virtual tours, interactive exhibitions, make major presentations, personal ability, based on bike sharing programs and on carbon negative. And as I already said in the previous presentation, we want to focus on community engagement, and we want to do that by supporting local businesses, promoting community-led tourism initiatives, and also promoting farming practices. What is interesting? But it's also I'm person looking for projects on heritage any other project that green digitalization and so that wrap it up. What you're looking for marketing for this internet. Of course, partners on that side. Please. Not we have expertise in tourism and us those that are for this the beginning of my first continue the exchange.
So you are going to apply on the next school of Interreg Europe.
Like it depends on the projects that you can find.
Yes. Just one thing for you, because in general, no, Interreg, they really invest a lot in culture and tourism because there are specific objectives under the cohesion policy dedicated to that. Linked also to social innovation, to try to find new ways because of the pandemic, is the recovery of these sectors that are also importance in terms of jobs and so on. They are in the first call as well, already some projects in this area that have been selected. So please have a careful look on this. Please have a look as well on what has been funded under Interreg Europe in this area, because there were many as well on this route as well. So just to see how your project brings new things as well. It's also very important for you. Then I saw that you are at the border. So yeah. So please keep in mind that there might be some already existing Interreg program, because we have Romania, Moldova,
Ukraine as well.
yes. I think they have a lot on culture and tourism as well. So either you can bring them as well in your partnerships, because you have to include one programs as well. Sorry, just a suggestion. And try to find some synergies and complementarities. Always keep this in mind, because there are many things ongoing in this area as well in Romania.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good luck. And I don't know if you were in Stockholm 2 weeks ago.
Sorry?
I don't know if you were in Stockholm 2 weeks ago. Okay, you were there. So I think you found some connection, and you can always go back as well to the National Foreign Contact of Romania as well.
Yeah.
And you have also already the experience in the regular. I said that. So good luck.
For your
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Thank you. I'm Miguel Fernandez from the European Commission, Employment. I'm here to speak about skills. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm not such a fast reader, so maybe it was in the slide, but I couldn't read it. But among the activities of the project, I didn't read anything about skills, which we understand are important. And maybe it may be useful for you to know that there are what we call blueprint projects. There are cooperation consortiums, cross borders as well, focus on skills, financed by Erasmus+, and there is one ongoing, which is called Charter, if I'm not mistaken, on cultural heritage. And there are also some other initiatives about tourism that I will mention also under the Pact for Skills that may be of interest if there is some content on skills, which usually is we consider a key ingredient, a key input into these kind of projects. Hope it helps.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this useful comment on skills. And one last question before, because we're running out of time, but do you have a preference in maybe potential project partners in other countries, or is it an open invitation to look
It's
for
still an open
collaboration?
invitation for who is interested and who has already expertise in this kind of.
Okay,
And we hope that today we will find someone.
thank you very much.
Okay.
I give over to you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much to our first panel. Thank you, Simon, Estelle, and Alice. I do hope that you find a partner resulting from this brokerage event. If I may say, the Interreg Europe program is very dear to me because it was I first worked on an Interreg Europe project when I first joined EURADA. So it really helped me understand how European projects work, because like seeing the partners concretely work on an action plan to improve the policy instruments that they have was very fulfilling. All right, so up next is in our agenda is one out of the 5 dedicated pitching sessions. So you saw Alice pitch earlier with regard to the Interreg Europe block, but now it's the dedicated pitching sessions. So just to give everyone an idea as to what will happen, we have here some slides to explain the mechanics. So the pitches will be a mix of organizational descriptions and project success stories or updates. I will be calling the names as written in the agenda, and a 5-minute timer will accompany the pictures on screen. And during the last minute, the timer will make a sound as a warning to wrap up. Questions may be taken depending on the time we have left. However, we do encourage everyone to send their questions through the Slido, and then the pictures, we'll check the Slido later and then answer your questions from there. The PowerPoint of our pictures, along with all the PowerPoint presentations you will be seeing today, will be sent to you as a resource material in our post-event email. So we will start with our online speakers first, our online pictures. I hope you can hear us. So I'd like to call on from Fabrizio Spallone from Sviluppo Italia Molise.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay.
He's speaking, but ask him to speak.
Fabrizio, could you please speak?
Yes.
He's speaking.
Can you hear me? Because I hear you very clearly.
Ask him to speak. Ask him again. We need to.
Okay, it seems that we are also encountering technical problems.
Yeah, ask him to speak.
Fabrizio, can you please keep talking? Maybe you could practice your pitch.
I'm speaking and clearly.
Okay, so Fabrizio can hear us, but we cannot hear him.
We have had some problems with the audio this morning. In fact, online they can hear me.
No. Yes, for online, I know.
All right, then we will skip the online
Wait.
pictures for now. We will move on to the pictures joining us in person. So I would like to call on Ingrid Maya from Rome, Netherlands, to please step on the screen and we will have your presentation first.
Hello, everyone, both online and offline. Very happy to have you here all back again. My name is Ingrid Meijke and I'm working at the Regional Development Agency of the East Netherlands. But today, as my colleague Simon from the RDA of Utrecht already explained, we're here together as collaborative RDAs of the Netherlands. And I'll be happy to I'll pitch you in 5 minutes the entire offerings of the Netherlands. So the challenge is up to me, but we'll see how far we can go in 5 minutes, and otherwise we can talk later about this during the day. So the RDAs of the Netherlands. In the Netherlands, we have 8 regional development agencies. You see them all spread out around the country. And together we work under one organization, which are the RDAs of the Netherlands. And not only are we working nationally within the Netherlands, but also across the borders, because the European cooperation we see is in our DNA as regional development agencies. And also we wish to boost our ecosystem regionally by boosting the European ecosystem as well. So today to you as all, we'd like to present you as potential partners and also to connect further with you if you are already current partners. So a little bit organizational background. The initiative of the regional government or the regional development agencies of the Netherlands was with the Ministry of Economic Affairs of the Netherlands. So therewith we also have a neutral position in that. We both, the shareholders of our organizations are both the national government as well as the regional government. Therewith, we also embedded, I would say, in both the national as well as the regional ecosystems. So we help entrepreneurs with innovation, with investments, as well as internationalization, and I will talk more about that in the next slide. But all that to boost sustainable growth. And therewith we promote not only sustainable growth, but also support the development of jobs there. When it comes to our activities, we indeed focus on innovation, which says that we help quadruple helix organizations of our country in innovation. So most of that is also concerned with European programs, for instance, which really helps entrepreneurs, for instance, to get to the next step when it comes to innovation, and also to be ready for the challenges of tomorrow. Investment, we invest in companies of our regions that we think are really valuable for the ecosystem and also contain to the sustainable development goals that that our basis of organization is, and also internationalization. So we help our organizations to be active both internationally and regionally, and it goes two ways. So we also help companies, foreign companies, with a self-lending in our country. And we help them with practicalities such as having a location and also all the laws and everything that comes along. And also the other way. So we help companies from our country to expand to other countries and to help them with expert in a practical way. So when it comes to cooperation, we would be really happy to cooperate with you all if we weren't doing that already. So we're looking for EDIH partners because each of our RDAs are also involved in the European Digital Innovation Hubs network. For structural cooperation in following programs, specifically Horizon, Interreg, I3, and also with venture capital activities. And also when it comes to the themes that we are active at regional development agencies, those are energy, and then specifically the battery technology and the hydrogen. We also are working on the development of European projects in these areas, such as I3, but also Interreg. Food is a very important factor also in our ecosystem. Technology in general, digital health, but also safety, and last but at least not least, the sector crossing and venture building. So we're looking also for RDA cooperation with experience on the EIB or the EIF finance instruments. So if any of you here or offline is experienced on that, we would be really happy to get in contact with you as well. So what we can offer is, the Netherlands in general, I think we have really close ties with both the regional organizations that are there, as well as the national governments and everything that comes along. So we have strong ties both in the region as nationally. So we can really help you to also get access to those kind of lines that are there. Also exchange of knowledge and innovation. And I was triggered by the quote of Barbara about the year of skills. Just recently, we also established a cooperation with our knowledge institutes in the Netherlands. So therewith, I can also promise you access to our entire knowledge infrastructure that we have in the Netherlands. And there's also, last but not least, we are quite experienced in different European programs. And we therefore also are established as reliable project partners and program coordinators even. So we have a track record in a wide range of European programs, but just a snapshot of those programs. Those are Interreg, for instance, the Regio Stars Nominee Award Digipro, which is our Interreg project from the agency where I work, East Netherlands. It's really based on digitalization in the border region. Then we have Horizon, we have I3, which is quite a new instrument. But we are working on new projects in that, but we have also indirectly or directly involved with the 4 projects of the last round, and also digital report. So that was it for my side. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I will look forward to get to know each of you and to get to know how we can collaborate in that sense. So my contact details are here on the slide, as well as from my colleague Simon from the RDA of Utrecht. So we are really looking forward to get more cooperation and to strengthen our connections that we already have. Thank you.
Yes, so in case of questions, please ask through the Slido. And Ingrid will try her best to check Slido and answer questions there. Also for our online participants. Up next, we have one last in-person pitch presentation for this morning. We have Magda Ribeiro Rodriguez from EUA.
Thanks a lot, Ivana. Good morning, everyone. It's really good to see some of you, some familiar faces, although you might be thinking, haven't I seen this last year in November? Haven't I seen you? And the answer is, yes, you did. I'm sorry about that. So you can call this version 2.0, okay? I'll throw in some updated information and I'll do my best to keep this more interesting than the coffee break snacks, okay? So my name is Magda. I'm from Portugal. Anyone from Portugal here? Hello. And I'm currently based in Madrid. People from Spain? Hello. Oh, okay, good morning. So I work at EQUA, and as a part of my work, I collaborate with a lot of agencies across the whole world, from Spain and Lithuania to Chile and Colombia. And they all have one thing in common, which is they need a lot of evaluations in a short period of time. And that's exactly what we do at EQUA, okay? So what is EQUA? I'm gonna start by telling what it's not. Okay, so we're not a regional development agency and we do not offer consultancy services. So why are we here today? Why are we members of EURADA? Basically, EQUA is an international evaluation agency. And to subcontract our services is going to be a relief for agencies during peak periods. So basically, we are specialized in conducting a massive number of evaluations of projects in a short period of time, okay? Let me show you some numbers from last year. For instance, for Grupo Spring, which is the past business development agency, we delivered 280 evaluations in 22 days. In this case, 63 experts were involved. For IDEA agency, we did 220 evaluations in 25 days. 102 experts were involved. As for Corfo, that's the National Development Corporation of Chile, we did 900 evaluations, and in this case, they were performed in an average time of 14 days. 386 experts were involved. So all in all, EQUA has delivered more than 15,000 evaluations in the last 3 years, okay? The question is, how do we do it? So basically, we count on more than 200 employees. As I told you at the beginning, we have more than 25 years of experience and international presence. We count on management evaluation tools and know-how. We have accredited processes and methodology, and we also have an extensive experience working with the public sector. However, our most important asset is indeed our network of international expert evaluators. And I've seen one here this morning, so welcome. So we have more than 60,000 experts. They come from more than 80 countries, and they have knowledge on more than 1,600 UNESCO disciplines, okay? As you can see in this world map, you can have more or less a clear idea from where our experts come from, okay? And the research areas vary from engineering and technology to social sciences and humanities, okay? So basically, this is one of the main reasons why agencies trust our work. Basically, we always find the most qualified evaluator for each project. So no matter the subject area, we can do it. Besides that, the quality of expert evaluators is always accredited by us. I mean, most of them have PhDs and more of 8 years of experience in innovation and development. Evaluations are performed in a short period of time that is going to reduce backlogs during high periods of work. We guarantee impartial reports and the absolute absence of conflicts of interest. Transparency is key during the whole process. And last but not least, very important, this is a very cost-effective evaluation service, okay? So basically, and given that I gave you a lot of information in a short period of time, or less like our evaluations, a lot of evaluations in a short period of time, I'm gonna throw in some questions and answers that we are normally asked. So is it possible to choose between national and international evaluators? And the answer is yes. You can choose if you want evaluations to be made by someone from your own country or an international one. The same happens with the language. So we can do evaluations both in English or any other language that you might prefer. Are all the evaluations of R&D projects? No, not at all. We also carry out technical evaluations, financial reports, among others.
And what kind of evaluations does EQUA carry out? Basically, we carry out individual assessments, peer evaluations, committee or panel of experts, or a combination of them all. Basically, this is the agency that is going to decide which one they prefer. Is this process standardized? No. All the evaluations are tailor-made according to the needs of each agency and their evaluation criteria for each goal. So does EQUA save agencies time and paperwork? Indeed. So basically, agencies only sign one contract protocol with EQUA, whereas EQUA is fully responsible for the evaluations, meaning the selections, contracts, payments. So all the paperwork to be done with experts, it says that it's going to do it, okay? So basically, my piece of advice for today is don't you let technical evaluation step on your way. If you have any questions, you might ask. I'll be around all day long, okay? So thank you very much.
Jean-Jacques, are you online?
I am, so that's you can see and hear me. Okay, it's a real pleasure to be with you today. We joined some weeks ago EURADA, and I will introduce the agency. My name is Jean-Jacques Bernardini. I'm the head of European Affairs Department in Grand Innov Plus. Grand Innov Plus is the innovation and foreign direct investment agency in Grand Est. Next slide, please. It's a new region set up in 2015. It's the merger of three former French regions, Alsace, Champagne-Ardenne, and Lorraine. It's very large regions. We are European regions because we have more than 700 kilometers of borders with Belgium, Luxembourg, Switzerland, and Germany. And we are a region with a very strong industrial DNA, which is very important. And then, of course, we have the chance to have 5 universities and engineering schools with a total of more than 200,000 students in the regions. Next slide, please. Just to introduce the agency, that's our objective is to foster innovation in company and territories in Grand Est. So in fact, we are focused on a project dealing with transformations. It's coherent with our regional S3. So that's where we're working mainly on digital transformation, Green Deal, industrial transformations, and health. And all the projects we are involved are focused on these main thematics. I would like to mention that for digital, we are coordinator of the European Digital Innovation Hub in Grand Est. So we are often open for partnership dealing with digital transformations. We are also involved in 3 different Interreg Europe projects, one dealing with cluster management, one dealing with digital transformation, and another one dealing with industrial transformations. And we are also involved in Interreg project in the cooperation space like Upper Rhine or Greater regions. We cope with the geography of Région Grand Est, Luxembourg, Belgium, and Luxembourg. So that's what we can offer. We can offer also a large network of state companies, but also regional authorities, local authorities, clusters, and so on and so on. And of course, that we are open to potential cooperations in different European projects, Interreg, Horizon Europe, and so on. It's mentioned by our Dutch colleagues, but regarding the project dealing with the EIE, for example, or I3, we are open to project dealing with startups and scale-ups, because I didn't mention it previously, but we are also regional accelerators for company, and we have a network of more than 90 scale-ups companies involved in the accelerator. And I will be very short because I think that will be shorter than to discussion with you. You have my contact, my email, It will be a pleasure to cooperate with you. Well, so if you have questions, open. And it's okay for me.
Great, thank you so much, Jean-Jacques. Again, a reminder to everyone, in case you have questions for Jean-Jacques or for Fabrizio or for anyone who has spoken earlier today, you are free to do so through Slido. The code is Brokerage 2023. Up next, we have Cedric Grignard from Invest in Lyon. Cedric, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for giving me the mic. So yeah, at Invest in Lyon, we are an investment promotion agency on a metropolitan area. Yeah, next slide. So we're not a regional development agency, but we are very much like around Lyon and Saint-Etienne, two metropolitan area. Basically, I'll let you read. Most important thing is that we are very much focusing right now on positive impact for the territory and for all the local stakeholders. We are working with a strong focus on the sustainable development goals, so making sure that the planet boundary are taken into account and that the transition are taken into account, are very much also geared toward Europe when it comes to international. Next slide. So those are the four focus and priority areas that we are working on right now. So the idea is to see among the EURADA community if some of the agency are dealing with those topics and willing to share. So the first one is the employer branding for territories. As you may have read on the previous slide, we're hosting the brand Only Lyon and making a promotion of the Lyon as a city or as a place, both for business and tourism. But we're still considering that this is a major stake, this employer branding for territory and not for companies. Okay, so this is the first thing. The second thing, if you're taking on the right side, is something that maybe some metropolitan area also are facing, is this access to land. Basically, to proper economic development for companies, it means that they need to have access to land, and sometimes because we are in urban area, then it starts to be a scarce resource, and we want to make sure also that access to land is compliant with everything about biodiversity and everything about artificialization of the soil. The third one, if you take left down, is how to measure cooperation. This is a very strong priority for us, how to ensure that the company that we support to set up activities in the Lyon area will cooperate with the environment, with the ecosystem, and not just on a buyer-supplier relationship, but really much on a cooperation. And very interested to see if some of you have been working on KPIs to measure the effectiveness and the ROI on cooperation. And the last one is about, of course, the sustainability focus service package. So how do you cope with this increasing demand, which makes sense from the client about how can you help me to get more sustainable, and also on our side, making sure that we offer the services that the company can grasp so that they also contribute to the environment, ecological and social transition of the territory. Next slide. So basically, we're looking for, I already mentioned, we're looking for development agencies that are already working on the topic. Okay, we're here to share. We've been working on the 4 topics, so we're willing to share. We're not that much looking something about discovering the topic, but really people that are already engaged and people on our agency that are already engaged. Yeah, well, that's just breaks the ears. So we're looking for that. What we can offer, I'll let you read. we offer reliable and resources and ability to think and to move forward. Thank you very much. Well, my details, contact details on our next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric. Up next, we have Leah Gover from Informes.
Thanks to organizers for inviting us to join this meeting. Very good to see everyone. I'm here to present you Informes. We are a development agency. Next slide, please. We've been established in 1991 by Italian government, and our main shareholder is the Friuli Venezia Giulia region, for which we work. We are located in the northeast of Italy, in the border with Slovenia and Austria. And we are based in Gorizia, that is in the city in the border with Slovenia. Here in the image, you can see the border between Italy and Slovenia. And key facts about our agency, because at the beginning, it was supposed to help local economy to explore new opportunities with the soon-to-be enlarged Europe. At the time, neither Austria was part of Europe. In the years, we also supported Italian government in the stabilization process in the Balkan area. And today, we are promoting and helping local communities and municipalities in using European funds. So the core of our activities is to design, implement, and account EU-funded projects. And we are also recognized as full mandated body for direct funds. Next slide, please. Again. Some key data, if you go back, please. Thank you. Some key data about our organization. We developed a lot of international projects, mainly on Interreg, and we have huge experience in managing and coordinating large-scale consortia. And our networking of partners is quite wide, from Portugal till Nepal, we can say. Next slide, please. Our focus areas are on Interreg projects. We are supporting projects on twin transition, financing to third parties, SMEs. We develop and support establishment of clusters, and we also supported the establishment of the first AGTC scheme here in Gorizia, Nova Gorica. We are also working on direct funding with IPA and ENI, and also where we have an active role in the stabilization process in the Balkan area, and also water project in Libya. At regional level, of course, we are supporting our regional administration in using innovative policies and in adapting and supporting local municipalities in absorption of EU funds. Next slide, please. We are looking for innovative ideas. We are always trying to look to new projects, new ideas, new pilot areas that could be applied in our territory. Be glad to work with other reliable partners and with smart people to develop our projects. And of course, we are always open to new different funding opportunities in other sectors, as for example, Horizon or other funding projects to widen our portfolio. We can offer expertise. We have a huge experience in drafting also operative plans and project proposals. And our staff is and to implement EU funds. And of course, we can put at the disposal also our networking, both at European and local level. Next, please. And here you can see my contacts, and feel free to contact me. Thank you very much, EURADA, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Leah. Up next, we have the hybrid presentation of Valeria Tedisco and Maria Cecilia Serini from Svilupumbria.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Just checking if you can hear me. I will, so it's a hybrid, yes, so it's part there and part here. Hi, everybody. So I leave the floor to Valeria, my colleague in Brussels. She will start, and then I will finish the presentation.
Thank you, Marina. Good morning, I'm Valeria Tedisco. I work in the Brussels liaison office of Svilupumbria, the development agency of Umbria, a region. Svilupumbria is a multifunction local development agency. In particular, our mission is supporting business creation and development, promoting business innovation, technology transfer, and internationalization, attracting foreign direct investment, supporting tourism and integrated promotion, and promoting infrastructure development, including regional real estate, heritage, and asset management. You can imagine that this like a bridge between Umbria and Europe, and the main action to pursue this objective are, first of all, to represent Umbria, interacting with the European institutions, in particular the European Commission, European Parliament, and the Committee of the Region and local players. Then we try to inform regional stakeholders on opportunities from European Union, call for proposal, call for tenders, consultations, and everything that could be useful for the entrepreneurial ecosystem, also anticipate useful information. We organize webinars for stakeholders with officials of the European Commission in specific sector. We participate to relevant content and information. And of course, we work closely with the Svilupumbria office and also Umbria region office to strengthen the cooperation and the network at European level. In order also to find partners and to collaborate more closely. Please.
Okay, next. So you know we are a regional development agency, and we're lucky enough to have a colleague based in Brussels. But back to Umbria, just for those of you who don't know us, we're based in the center of Italy, right there. Umbria is quite a small region, 1,000 inhabitants. Our key sectors are manufacturing, especially textile and mechanics, services, tourism, and agri-food agriculture. We have 70,000 enterprises, of which most, 99.5%, are micro and small enterprises. We're part of a system of 17, let's say, publicly owned corporations. We own also, for the region of Umbria, our airport, our expo center, trade center, the agribusiness technology park, and also our what we do, we provide let's say financial and technical service to enterprises, and also we do country marketing. Next, so next slide, please. Next, can you hear me? No. Next. Okay, thank you. So what we want to focus now, I think I have a few seconds left. We want to focus on a startup and scale up and open innovation ecosystem on housing for our SMEs and even for us, as mentioned by the president of EURADA in the opening remarks. Of course, we want to create an enabling environment to attract foreign indirect investment, go on more with internationalization, and also we want to go more with cultural and creative sectors. And today we started, there is a kickoff meeting for an Interreg program led by Svilupumbria in this field, which is called Infocom. Next. Sorry about this. I think we have a problem. So what we can offer very shortly, we offer 50+ years of proven experience, a solid network of partners, a solid experience in COSME, Horizon, Interreg, and many other international projects. We have a dedicated professional staff of 76 employees, so we're here at your disposal. And we are really looking for exchange of experience and partnership, especially in advanced innovation ecosystem and advanced cultural and creative sectors. Very interested on the proposals of Rome, what we heard, and invest utterly in Lion. And also we want to be more and more regional accelerators. Thank you. You have in next slide, you have our contacts. You contact me or Valeria. We're always in touch. Thank you so much for EURADA for having us again in the net.
Okay, thank you to the first batch of pitch presentations for today. Up next, we have our session on Erasmus+, and for that, I'd like to turn the floor over to our colleague, Yip Benson. So Yip, born in Amsterdam, the Netherlands, unions and human rights. Yip has most plus projects. For instance, he has come to a successful conclusion. Today, he will moderate a session outlining the opportunities the Erasmus Plus program has to offer. Yip.
So thank you very much, Ivana, for this very nice introduction. I'd like to start by the Vice President of the European Commission responsible for promoting the European way of life, Margaritis Schinas, who once said Europe needs a skills revolution to ensure the resilience of the bloc. Now, an important element to this is capacity building, and that is at the center of the Erasmus Plus program. It helps citizens to be better equipped with the knowledge, skills, and competencies that are needed in a drastically changing world in our regions as well in Europe. The program reduces regional disparities by generating skills that increases employment and economic activities. Therefore, EURADA is also actively involved in the Erasmus Plus program. We're currently project partners, as Ivana mentioned before, in the Allview project that aims to build centers of vocational excellence for the European wood and furniture industry. These centers are aimed to bridge the skills gaps that exist in the sector because young people often do not choose to enter in this sector. And therefore, because of these skill gaps, there are some issues that the sector is facing. For example, missing the boat on issues like digitalization, circular economy, industry 4.0. And these centers aim to bridge this gap using the blueprints methodology. But I'm sure you'll hear a little bit more about that later on in the presentation as well. EURADA is continuously aiming to advance its activities, and therefore we also already handed in. It's called ABCD for Sports, and it aims to create an integrated system that recognizes, enhances, and guarantees skills acquired in sports using the blockchain technology. This is something that we have experienced in before with the OBEC project as well. And as you all know, EURADA is a membership association. So when it comes to members, we like to put them on the forefront. And that is what we did also in this project, as some of our members are associated partners. For example, Sumara in Croatia, Zadranova, Gozo Pretty from Gozo in Malta, and Indescap affiliated with Axio, who is also present here today with us, and C Education Cluster affiliated with Arier West in Romania. So, an important pillar of capacity building, training, and upscaling is the Pact for Skills. Here with us today to introduce you further to this pact is Miguel Fernandez, Policy Officer at the Directorate General for Employment, Social Affairs, and Inclusion He will delve further into the program and tell you its benefits for European regions. You'll be able to have a presentation here in the room simply by raising your hand or opening the microphone or entering a question in Slido. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Mr. Bananas to the stage.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the introduction and the words. It's a pleasure to be here because, as has been mentioned, and thanks for the quote, by the way, we are embarked in a skills revolution. And that's what explains me being here today and presenting the Pact for Skills, which is one of the instruments that the European Commission is proposing to really tackle this challenge that we have. We need to embark in this revolution, all of us together, working jointly, because of the scale of the challenge is really huge, and we need to join forces. It has also been mentioned, and thanks for that, because it helps me a lot, that we are about to start a new year. Yes, a new European year, the year of skills. This, for the first time, will start in May, on the 9th of May, the Day of Europe. This has been proposed by the European Commission and now accepted by the Council and the Parliament to focus the attention of all of us across the EU on the need to really step up our efforts to invest in skills. The year has 4 broad objectives. I have limited time, so I want to go into all of them. Here today, maybe it's good to focus on the need, as it is there, of investment in the skills, on increasing our investment in the skills. And this is the main idea that I will be repeating in the next few minutes, that we all need to engage and to commit to bring others also to the idea that we need to do more for investment. We have ambitious objectives because this is needed for our competitiveness in Europe. The year of skills will last for 12 months and will help us to provoke this change in the mindset and focus attention on the skills with a series of events and activities, proposals and debates that will hopefully involve all of the relevant stakeholders in the European Union for a year. As I will be presenting more than a year, this will help us boost the many initiatives that are already ongoing to help them reach new levels of ambition. But the year will not be a one-off that ends in May 2024 and we can forget about it, but rather we are truly committed to have a strong legacy of the year of these 12 months of a specific attention on skills. And here's where the pact comes in. The pact for skills, now that we are in a small room, I can say is a kind of a strange animal. It's not a financial instrument. It's not a funding initiative that wants to mobilize all stakeholders in the European Union to work together, as I said. The pact is at the same time very flexible and very specific. It is flexible because it aims to bring together all types of stakeholders, not only public authorities, but rather public and private authorities and agents, players, in particular those that are not usually active in cooperating and taking part in initiatives at EU level. So small firms, for example, small companies, or other agencies or other players that are not so familiar with European issues. We need to really reach out to them, to all of them, and to get them involved in this endeavor for the skilling actions that we need to implement. It is very flexible also because it's very open to what stakeholders need and want to do together for up the skilling. But this is the other part. It is very specific it is focusing on concrete action for up and reskilling of the working age population in the EU, in Europe. So this is the main idea of the pact, right? It is this initiative in which we want to propose a platform, an approach to work together with mainly building partnerships, building cooperation arrangements and networks that really help us to address this challenge and work in a sustainable way, not only in these 2023 and 24, but in the next years for up and reskilling. The pact can promote this work at different levels. We are working already at EU level, building what we call large-scale skills partnership, which are sector-based, or rather ecosystem, as we call it, and aim to bring together relevant players all along the value chains in the key industrial ecosystems of the European, as defined by the EU industrial strategy, so that they can define their needs and their actions at sector level. I'll come back to how many we have already. But we can also, I want also to work at regional level. And this is where today makes sense that I'm here speaking to you. Because we need to also work to join forces, to pool resources, and to establish these partnerships at regional, meaning regional, local, interregional, or macro-regional level in Europe. Because this is where action really happens, and most of the needs also have this territorial component and are specific to different territories, right? But the pact is also open to individual commitments, to individual organizations that are aware of this need to step up, to increase their investment in skills, and are ready to commit to others and to find partners or share their experiences, and also be open to learn from others in the community that we are creating for organizations across Europe that are committed to this objective. The pact was launched in 2020 as part of the skills agenda of the European Union. It's not an isolated measure, but it's rather interconnected with many other initiatives in the agenda and beyond. And it's also building on other existing initiatives that are already there. That has been mentioned. I can elaborate on that if needed. But also the experience of social partners that have been working for many years in together identifying the skills needs for their sectors and what they can do about it. And also, let me also mention the European Alliance for Apprenticeships that has a long, already a long story of promoting and encouraging commitment of organizations with quality apprenticeships in the workplace. As I said, the first part of the job has been to bring together stakeholders with a sectoral focus of EU dimension in the key industrial ecosystems. We have helped to build now 15 large-scale skills partnerships under the pact. The last was launched only a few days ago, and we expect another 3 to be launched in the coming weeks, covering all of the ecosystems in the industrial strategy, and therefore offering stakeholders at different levels an opportunity to work together, peers in their sector, for up and reskilling concrete actions. There is a lot of information already available on the work of these partnerships and their plans for up and reskilling with specific commitments that together add up to close to 6 million people being up and reskilled in the coming years. At regional level is where we want now to focus, because as I said, this is where most of the action needs to take place. And we see that there is an important role for regional players to work together and build these partnerships that can last and can also bring into this increased efforts for up and reskilling to players that are not usually involved. Because let me repeat. I warned that I will say it once and again. We need to join forces, and we need all players to join forces, not all of the usual suspects, if you allow me, but rather those that are not usually so active on this. We need to bring upper reskilling actions to all the corners of the industry and the of the industries in Europe, if we really want to succeed. We have this ambitious target of having 60% of the working age population participating in training every year by 2030. This is part of the action plan for the European Pillar of Social Rights, and this is quite an ambitious target, but we cannot afford any less if we want to really make this skills revolution happen and don't lose ground in the global scene. So as I said, at regional level, we can have agencies as are present here today, or public authorities playing different roles when it comes to work under the pact. They can, for example, be part of the larger scale partnerships, and in fact, many of them are already. Some regions that have a strong interest in tourism are a part of the tourism larger scale partnerships, other in the textiles, other in automotive, etc. But they can also promote their own partnerships with different approaches, and I will come to that in a minute, so that they can have these networking, cooperation arrangements with the stakeholders in the regions, with this clear focus on implementation and skilling of skilling actions. This also connects with other initiatives that have been mentioned, such as the Centers of Vocational Excellence that are funded by Erasmus+. And as you can see, links are come in different directions. But there is, let me clarify this, the pact is not limited to a particular funding instrument. It's rather open to bring the stakeholders together, to work together, to identify their commitments, the actions they think they will be needed to address the challenge, the skills challenge, and to look for the most appropriate funding in all the available funding instruments, both at EU level and national level, regional level, or local level. This is part of the flexibility, and maybe I understand this makes it difficult to understand. Then what is the pact? If it is not an instrument in itself, well, it is more of an umbrella, of a platform, if you want, that helps stakeholders identify this priority of investing in skills and the approach of working together so that they can really implement skilling actions. Therefore, it is more a gateway to access funding and to direct this to their needs for up and reskilling, rather than a funding instrument in itself. As I said, the pact is mostly about working together, and the idea here is to promote the build up of that is cooperation arrangements that are focused on skills. And we are aiming to do that at regional level. We already have a few, and we are aiming to make that number grow in the coming months, especially. We have the first example that it was in the Lombardy region in Italy, that was launched in December of last year, but we have also other skills partnership under the pact, which is the European Chemical Regions Network. This was a pre-existing network of public authorities of regions with a strong chemical industry, but now we'll be launching this partnership at regional level so that they can bring and work together with them with a long-term perspective on specific plans for implementation of skilling actions. Very much in particular, let me mention that we see in our connections with the regions and regional players that one important challenge, but also objective of these partnerships are to build bridges between the world of work and the world of education, which many times are not working as we like, and we will need to really address the needs that we have. It is very often the case that we have some commitment by the industry or chambers of commerce, for example, or industrial clusters that we aim to bring together, but they don't have such a close relation with education and training providers. On the other side, we have very good examples of cooperation between higher education institutions at EU level, first national, etc. But they are increasingly working with the industry, but we need to accelerate and to strengthen that kind of cooperation. So again, the pact is very flexible in its approach, kind of made very different types of cooperation arrangement of partnerships, be it in one region, in two adjacent regions, in even at sub-regional level, as we have one example, for example, in Madrid Oeste, which is a cluster of municipal authorities working together, also with the universities in the territories to focus on technology and are building a skills partnership under the pact. Or we can have even networks of regions, and we definitely are open to understand and see how macro regions or other projects, cross-border in particular, can be willing to embark in this endeavor of building partnerships with a broad set of stakeholders. The key element with for the regional partnerships is that they are embedded and they are consistent with the regional plans for growth and economic development. And here the agencies can have a very important role in ensuring that this is the case. We understand that the skills are a key input for any development strategy, but at the same time, all the efforts and all the work that we do under the pact for skills partnerships need to be consistent with those development objectives. As we see it, the skills are a key element of the green and digital transitions. We cannot understand green transition in particular, for example, without often reskilling of workers and job seekers and also managers, etc., in new green approaches to building, for example. Right. So we understand this coherence, this consistency is key to develop this skills partnership. And the third element would be that those leading in the build-up of these partnerships can agree with their stakeholders on a common vision, on identifying the shared challenges, and also on identifying the actions they need to take. This is also very important in really raising awareness of all those in the territory, and also on buy-in for them of they need up the efforts for upward skilling. As said, this is not an initiative of providing funding and that's it, but rather on asking others to be ready to commit and to be ready to and be aware that they need to do more than they are doing for upward skilling, and then look for projects that can receive funding if that is the case. This is a lot about asking, but it's true that we are not only asking from and demanding from the stakeholders, we are also providing support. There is support available to help stakeholders that are committed with the Pact for Skills. There is general support in the form of activities and networking opportunities to find partners as well. There's a lot of talk today about finding partners. There is also an opportunity to find partners that are specifically committed for upward skilling. But we can also provide tailored support to those that are willing to lead on the build on establishing new skills partnerships, because we understand that this forming of a coalition of the willing that really want to commit for upward skilling is not an easy task. It is a lot about convincing people that they need to take action. It's a lot about understanding where the shared elements of the challenge are and what are the specific needs, etc. So this is time consuming. We are aware of that. And we are providing support specifically for those that are willing to take the step. And so there are the link communication ways that they can find to get in contact and start the work to build these partnerships. So to conclude, let me reiterate that the key idea that I try the key message that I try to pass is that I was also mentioned the sense of urgency, the importance of the challenge for urban reskilling. We have been talking about skilling as part of the economic development for some time, but it is true that we really want to face the digital and green transitions and the accelerated way that we need right now. Skills is a key input for that and should be in all of our plans and also deserves a specific attention. We really need to pass the message, not only in this room, but beyond, that all stakeholders need to step up their efforts and increase investment in the skills. And to do that, they cannot do it working alone. This is not a fly solo exercise, but rather we need to do it together. The best way we think we can do is by building partnerships that are focused on the skills. And for that, there is this common approach in which those interested can find others doing the same, can have learning opportunities, can have networking opportunities, can also identify and give visibility to their efforts, sharing them with others in this community of the pact that we are building. I think this is all from my side right now, but very glad to have your questions and answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now we'll move to the Q&A session, so I'll give you some time to relocate. I understand there are some questions in the Slido chat.
There's one question regarding the European Pact for Skills. They ask, will some projects include also the regions from the European Union candidate countries?
Thank you. The pact is open for organizations from the candidate countries, but the focus that we are now having is on building skills partnerships at regional level within the EU. That is where our support reaches. And that is this answers the question.
No more questions from the slide.
Are there perhaps any questions from the audience?
First of all, thank you for the presentation. I have a question and a comment about Pact for Skills. And I'm from Northeast Romania. One of my colleagues, I think, was in close contact with some of your colleagues. And I want to share a bit with you my struggle and to connect it a bit also with the Interreg. So for us, actually, for some years, when we started with the smart specialization, we had a really big struggle 8-9 years ago to connect the smart specialization with higher ed. And we had actually a lot of guidance from GRC, from OECD, from the World Bank. We also had a fleet of Interreg projects that actually helped us to bring more people from higher education towards the smart specialization and to build a conversation within them in steering groups and talking about what policy can we improve. Of course, when it comes to skills in many countries, they say we cannot do it. And then there's always this question of what is a policy? And then if you question people, you realize actually you can do something that is considered policy and you don't have to give up so easily. But we do have some delays with involving maybe VAT providers and involving the whole educational sector outside higher education. And somehow I think, okay, I wonder if you have an acceleration plan, because I see that, yes, we can do it, we can join it, my region can do it, but I'm afraid it needs a lot of time and a lot of conversation to convince these people. And we don't have the same fleet of projects to engage them, to reward them, to have them in boards, to have them in steering groups. We just don't have the same engagement tools. As you said, it's a lot about voluntary and active participation. So I'm really curious how you see, because also, I mean, there is a lot of competition, of course, for many other voluntary projects in European Union. Like, we want them involved in the Pact for Skills, we want them involved in Partnership for Regional Innovation, we want them in projects, and their attention span is very limited. And obviously, we are very aware of what you said. We think, actually, when we have foreign investment, possible foreign investment visiting our region, they don't ask about infrastructure or how are the works with EU projects. The first thing they want to do is to visit mostly VAT providers. They want to understand skills. So we see that in real life is a major thing, but we don't have the power to somehow push all the ecosystem in this workflow and to have some sort of form of coordination. And we're missing this. This is a bit my comment, and I don't know, the question was mainly how do you do you foresee fastening this process in a way, or if there's any incentives that you have in mind or some good practice from other places? Thank you.
Very good comment. Indeed, many of the difficulties are well spotted. They are there. The key question, acceleration plan. Well, first, let me say that we understand, coming back to these words of the sense of urgency. This is usually helpful. Mobilizing people is one of the most difficult tasks that we may face. The Commission is fully committed to precisely spreading the word about the urgency and the importance of this, and that's why the year is now for skills. What best example of the relevance that we attach to this objective, that among the many different objectives that we could have for a European year, this one is of skills. And if you see high-level statements by the Commission, there is really a full commitment about the importance of the skills in all our strategy. In the Green Deal Industrial Plan, for example, that was presented in January or early February, skills is also a pillar. For example, in the declarations, in the statements of priorities, these skills is always there. So we are working, and we expect others to work during the European Year of Skills to work on this message and to repeat it as much as needed. We really need to take action and take action now, precisely because it takes a lot of time to up and reskill people and to really gear all the efforts of so many stakeholders involved towards this objective. So the first thing is communication, is the campaigns of raising awareness, and we are working on that, and the year will be our main instrument with the coming months on that, but we will work even beyond that. And how to help this process again? Well, as I said, the fact is not a funding instrument in itself, but at the same time is trying to help stakeholders identify the best opportunities in funding that they can access for their specific needs. I mentioned a number of actions under Erasmus Plus, and this is the section on Erasmus Plus. Let me perhaps elaborate a little bit on that. Sorry for a long answer, but I think it also covers other grounds. I mentioned already the Centers of Vocational Excellence. This is precisely aimed at cooperation around vocational education and training centers that may be at the core of consortiums and funded by Erasmus Plus on this. This is for 4 years plan, but they need to work with the stakeholders outside of the training world, right? With industry in their territory, and also with others across borders.
This is an action that has been going on for years, for 3 years now, if I'm not, and it aims to build a network of 100 of centers of vocational excellence across the EU that work together among them and also with the stakeholders close to these training centers, right? So this is a building block of what we aim to do. Other that is also funded by Erasmus Plus is the blueprint projects, sectoral alliances. These are different. These don't have centers of vocational education and training at the center, but are rather the industry working together also with education and training providers, but industry-led consortiums that get funding to work over 4 years. Usually the projects are 4 million each to identify the skills needs of a given sector and to develop training content that will address those needs and to also define a skills strategy for that particular sector. This has been a building block for the pact because in fact quite a few of the larger scale partnerships that were mentioned during my presentation are somehow either cooperating or built on the blueprint projects. Those consortiums have been in many cases the core of the larger scale partnerships. They have the transition, they have to make the transition between identifying the skills needs and debating on what would be the response to implement, because this is all about, the fact is all about implementation. All that you need to really have an impact on the ground with the skilling of real people, right? So this is also, if you want to call it an accelerator or at least some wood for the fire that you need to have. I finish with this. In the last call for 2023, these blueprints have been more strongly connected with the pact by limiting the access to this to new funding for blueprint projects only through organizations of that are in the pact and are in the larger scale partnerships. And in addition to that, in this call, we also limited access to one specific action in the Erasmus Plus, which is called forward-looking projects, which has a high number of priorities, and priority number 7 was supporting the pact. And there we were providing funding, maximum 1 million euros per project for a 2 years projects, supporting precisely this networking and the building of networks and partnerships that we need to make larger scale partnerships work. The first call was in 2022. Now this is limited for pact members. We expect it to be also in the 2024 call. We will have 3 years of experience and see whether this helps us with this difficult task of bringing stakeholders together and keep them engaged and also promoting and facilitating action. So maybe there is not an overall strong response, but the different elements that we may touch from the Commission are there, helping to get the message through to the European Year of the Skills very much in particular, to promote that sense of urgency among the stakeholders, and also to promote some initiatives that will help create good models of cooperation around vocational education training centers or around the industry with a sectoral approach. Hope this is
I noticed Roberta had a question.
Yes, and also very fast. The question is the following. Don't you think also in connection on what our president minutes ago, considering that the regions are involved in the preparation and elaboration of smart facilitation strategy and helping the regional and the regional development agencies usually help and support the process of the regional government in the elaboration of the smart facilitation strategy, which is supposed to be one of the bases also of the operational programs for regional development and European Social Fund. I'm wondering if the measures that you input inside the operational program could not help in order to conduct the vocational and educational training organization towards to be coherent with the smart specialization strategy and in general with the planning of the regional government. We have some example, in some regions, for example, Emilia-Romagna region, they undersigned a lot of time ago a pact for employment. And now recently the pact for employment and climate change, and it was signed by all the actors in the region, the main actors in the region, including vocational training actors.
Yes, we are aware of that fact, and in fact, on the occasion of presentation of that new pact on growth and climate change, the Commissioner Smith presented the pact for skills also as an instrument to facilitate engagement by stakeholders with this focus on skills. And since then, we have been working with officials in the Emilia-Romagna region on how to develop this into a skills partnership under the pact. So there is a clear connection there. And also, yes, fully agree that this needs to be consistent. I underlined this during my presentation, that the idea is that the skills, the partnerships cannot be isolated or inconsistent with the broader regional development strategies. In fact, they need to be at the core of those strategies and supporting, underpinning the general objectives of growth, development, and the specialization, the smarter specialization that each region has. So, but the idea is that they can add to that, they can complement this by providing this strong focus on skills, and also having a platform for stakeholder engagement that has this clear focus and connects with this priority of upper reskilling at general level. So I think that it is fully compatible with the broader specialization strategies, and in fact it should be creating synergies so that they support one another.
Also with the operational program of European Social Fund, it is meant to fund training, also upskilling and scaling. Right.
Indeed. As I mentioned, the pact is about bringing the stakeholders together, defining their needs and their commitment, and then have a clear idea of how to access the available funding. And the ESF is particularly important in that respect. So all that can be done, the programming level, I know that programming has already taken place in many, in all now member states, but still there is a lot that can be done in facilitating access to funding with good projects and good actions that fit into the projects and can help reach to stakeholders that otherwise may not participate in those actions. So yes, programming of the European funds and the efficient use is key to the success of the actions of the skills partnerships under the pact.
All right, thank you very much for those clarifications. As we're a bit limited in our time, I'd like to leave the last question for you, Valerie.
Very quickly, if you can give us two information or even only one on the festival that is planned for the 9th of May, that is, by the way, vacation here in Brussels. So I was wondering if it's a kind of dispersed and diffuse event or what. And the second question is more, maybe would need more time, so can leave it for a further session sometime. Is there any specific attention to women and the gender issue, the gender balance and related? Thank you.
Yes, on the festival, yes, this would be an event organized on the 9th of May, yes, festivity, but some of us will work on that day for this launch event. It would be, this is presented, I think I can use these words,
as a Eurovision style event, which there will be a lot of connections live with all member states, not institutionally, but rather invasive and with activities that are connected with the skills, such as a training center or a training activity, a reskilling activity in a given company, for example, diverse connections that illustrate how different skilling actions can be, but at the same time, how important that it is that they reach everybody and also involve all different types of stakeholders. More details probably will be known closer to the date of the event, but this will be the last event, and it will be very participatory and very how can I put it? Broad, geographically broad.
Presence here in Brussels.
It would be hybrid somehow, so there will be some presence here in Brussels, but it will have also connections with other places in the.
One we can follow it online.
Yes, that would be streamed and yeah. And with the occasion of that, we will be launching another large-scale partnership in the energy intensive industries, and that will be by then the only ecosystem large-scale partnership. And regarding women, the pact has a charter with 4 principles. One of them is, and all pact members have to commit to those principles. This is about creating a culture of lifelong learning in their organizations. It's about being to will to work in partnership with others, also to use skills intelligence and anticipated skills needs, so that we are not lagging behind. And the 4th principle is about working for non-discrimination. As part of the activities of the Pact for Skills, we have meetings of coordinators of these called large-scale partnerships. And one of the topics that we discussed last December, for example, was how to attract women and other underrepresented groups to sectors where they are underrepresented. Always present. I haven't mentioned the many activities of the Pact, but now that I'm connecting with this, let me mention that we are preparing a networking event for potential members of the Pact that will take place on 25th May. Online, and will be open to all those that are interested. Registration will open next week.
Okay, on that note, I'd like to thank you very much for this very informative session, Mr. Fernandez. And also the audience for all of your, wish you a very fruitful rest of the brokerage event today. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all our participants who joined us in this discussion. We once again encourage everyone to please check the Slido chat and the Zoom chat. For instance, I believe there are some questions for one of our pictures earlier, Magda. I think that there are some questions addressed to you. So that would be nice if you could check the Slido. So before we proceed to the next batch of our pictures, we wanted to share with you more information about the other initiatives and activities that EURADA is doing. Specifically, we have 4 working groups, 2 of which are open to the public and 2 are member-only access. Last Monday, for instance, we held the 9th meeting of our working group on smart heritage cities, which is probably in line with the pitch that Alice presented earlier. So during the 9th meeting, we discussed the experience of energy managers in their cities' smart transformation. As I mentioned, this working group is open to the public. And our 10th meeting will be held on the 17th of May, where we will have Regio Stars awardees and nominees as speakers. For instance, Gozo, who is a member region of EURADA, won the Regio Stars Public Choice Award back in 2022, last year, for the rehabilitation of their citadella. So we will learn more about the initiative that won this award during the meeting. Another activity that EURADA is organizing is a webinar together with UEPO on the 19th of April from 10 to 11 a.m. So during this webinar, UEPO will discuss the importance of intellectual property for SMEs, and present SMEs with funding schemes available to regional development agencies. So please stay updated about these working group activities and webinars through our website and social media pages, which reminds me, if you would like to tweet or post anything about this brokerage event, you have plastered on the walls the hashtag that you may use on both LinkedIn and Twitter. So it is hashtag EURADA Brokerage 23. All right, so without further ado, let's move on to our next batch of pictures. First up, joining us online is Eliza Gatti from INSME. Eliza, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me well?
Yes, screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. So hello everyone, this is Elisa Gatti, and nice to virtually meet all of you. First of all, I would like EURADA for the opportunity to present my association. Unfortunately, Giovanni Zazzerini, our Secretary General, couldn't participate because of a clashing commitment. So today I will represent INSME, the International Network for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises. I would like to give you a brief overview on what is ISME, what we do, and what we offer. Next slide, please. So ISME is a legally recognized not-for-profit association working under the support of OECD. It contributes to the promotion of innovation in SMEs to establish a more fertile entrepreneurial ecosystem worldwide. Since 2023, ISME can count on the support of 64 members from 34 different countries. Our members are public and private organizations. So for example, we have partners like Meta Group, Confapi, the Small and Medium Business Development Agency of the Republic of Azerbaijan, the Bulgarian Development Bank, and many others. Next slide, please. So ISME has four main areas of expertise in the field of entrepreneurship. Our goal is to create a favorable ecosystem for SMEs in which skills and competencies are developed with a particular attention on women empowerment. Regarding innovation management, ISME is committed to digital and technological trends, emphasizing the importance of green innovation. We can also contribute to the export of e-commerce, e-commerce of SMEs, creating a cluster that could operate beyond EU borders. So, for example, we participate to several projects that included countries along the Mediterranean Sea. Finally, regarding innovation policies, the target is to create public and private partnership and foster the benchmarking between policies and programs, and finally to give support on public procurement. Next slide, please. So since ISME aims to bring together organizations and their networks working in these areas, we take this opportunity to seek partners willing to collaborate with us on the present and future projects to be. In this regard, ISME offers a wide array of services, helping its members to better achieve their goals. Thanks to the cross-border connections and the involvement in the OECD network, ISME has exclusive access to SMEs association and business support organizations at the international level. It has also an advantage in offering expertise in the field of entrepreneurship, SMEs, and the field of innovation, and also the best practices on policies and programs. We can also deliver training in person or online and technical assistance, and also we support the part of communication, dissemination, and exploitation of the projects. Next slide, please. So if you have a question, I'm available whenever you want, also on Slido, or you can write me an email to set a meeting in upcoming days. Here you can find the email in this slide. Below, you can also find our contacts on social media where we share news from our members and updates. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Elisa. Up next, we have Michaela Novotna from the South Bohemian Agency for Support to Innovation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Michaela Novotna, and I'm glad that I can introduce you our agency, which is situated in Budweis in the South Bohemian of the Czech Republic. We were established in 2005 by South Bohemian Chamber of Commerce, and our main mission is to follow global trends and to help mainly SMEs and startups with their business. Next to our 17 years history in national and European projects, we are also managing the first stage of Science and Technology Park in České Budějovice, which is in the campus of South Bohemian University. Next. Thank you. One of the key topics since 2015 of our project is the corporate social responsibility. We have already realized few projects. The first one was Road CSR, the roadmap for integrating corporate social responsibility, and it was the project from the Interreg Europe, and the main focus firstly was to raise awareness about the topic of CSR, and secondly mainly help SMEs to increase their competitiveness throughout realizing the CSR activities. Next to the action plan in the region, one of the outputs was all that we have established a regional authority award for CSR, and this award is every year given to the most active companies and also organization in our region. You can see that the next Monday is starting the next year when the companies can give their the applications, and we have built it in the region good community of the companies which are realizing CSR, and we are also doing with them some other activities. The next project was cross-border project. It was CSR network. Also, we did the awareness about the topic CSR, and it was mainly for the municipalities in Czech and Austria, close to Czech and Austrian borders. Next slide, please. The hot topic again in these days is circular economy and energy efficiencies. We are realizing two projects now. One is from Horizon project. It is project Reconmatic, and it is we are looking for some solutions for sustainable circular construction and demolition in waste management. And this project started last August, and we would be very happy if you join our LinkedIn and Twitter network, where we are giving a lot of new outputs and new actions in this topic in circularity in waste management. The next project will start also next Monday on 1st of April. It's supported from the first call of Central Europe, and it is again about circular economy. In this case, it is in food and catering and packaging sector. Here are also the links. Also very important topic is energy communities. This topic comes from bottom-up community. And just for Danube region and Central Europe to the second call. And I would like to mention that in Czech Republic we still have some problems or challenges in the legislative obstacles, but we hope that this will be also solved, and energy communities in the Czech Republic could be built. Next slide, please. Here we are looking for project partners, business ideas and know-hows. Our priority topics I have already mentioned. You can see it here. Also biotechnology. We are responsible for the biotechnology community. Here you can see the Gate to Biotech.com webpage, which we are responsible for. So if you would like to know some articles in biotechnology, we can be in touch. Please, could you continue the next slide? As you already know, the European Commission adopted a proposal for a directive or corporate sustainability due diligence, and this is also a very hot topic. So if you please could, the next slide shift. So Next slide. This is my last slide. And just now we are no, this one, thank you. We are preparing to the second call of Interreg project, the project which is following the previous one, road CSR, and the main aim will be this corporate sustainability due diligence. The lead partner will stay, he's from Cyprus. And we are just now searching for new partners, but it needs to be mainly the managing authority. So if you see here the main outputs of the project, so if you would like and to solve this topic, we would be very, very happy if you contact us for this. And to the second call, which will be closed in May, we would be happy if you can be part of our consortium. So thank you very much. And this is all for now.
Thank you, Michaela. Up next, we have Biljana Brisic from the Vojvodina Development Agency. Biljana, are you?
Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. We can start. Thank you. My name is Biljana Vrzic. I'm from Vojvodina Development Agency. Maybe if you can get back the previous slide just to show everyone where we are based. Yes, you can see here on the map that Vojvodina is a northern region of Serbia. So Serbia is EU candidate country. We are, this is our first time to participate at EURADA event, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting us. Next slide, please. Our agency is founded by the regional government, government of Vojvodina in 2017, but we are founded from two previously existing agencies. So our staff has experience of more than 15 years in promoting Vojvodina as an attracting and facilitating foreign direct investments, in supporting small and medium enterprises and companies in Vojvodina region, in analyzing Vojvodina economy and giving proposals and measures to the regional government how to improve the economy and also making development plans for the region. Next slide, please. Our actions and the focus areas are presented here on the slide. So first of all, we are in charge for facilitating foreign and domestic investments in Vojvodina region. This means that we are providing operational support to foreign companies and also domestic companies who are establishing their business in our region, who are starting their production. So we are searching for a location. We have a location database. We are also giving all necessary support to foreign companies in providing them with information how to do business in our region, what are the incentives for foreign investors, which are very generous in Serbia, and all other necessary support that foreign companies may need when investing here. We are also promoting Vojvodina on international events and fairs as an ideal and attractive investment destination. And our focus currently when it comes to investments is in a green economy and green investment. We have a high interest on solar parks, on biomass and biogas industry and similar investments, but our focus is also on automation in production and on R&D centers, which are very interested to start their business in Vojvodina region, since the base of IT engineers and other engineers is very rich here, and our Faculty of Technical Sciences is highly supporting such investments. We also have focus on supplier value chain creation. We are helping domestic companies to become suppliers of multinational companies which are here or abroad, and we have focus here on agri-food sector and also on automotive supplier industry, metal, plastic, rubber, and electronics. We we are supporting SMEs and startups with finance advisory services. We are promoting exports and helping them to open new markets. Next slide, please. We are looking for projects in developing startup and innovation ecosystem, in supporting SMEs and entrepreneurs and improvement of business climate, also project in supply chain development, green economy, digitalization, new technologies in agri-food, especially because Vojvodina is very resource-based, rich resource-based region for agriculture and food industry, and also projects in research and development. We have applied in the last 1 year, for more than 10 projects in similar topics, and we are waiting for results for Danube transnational program. We are now preparing projects for Adrian transnational program. We have also applied for Horizon Europe. We are interested for Horizon Videra projects, and we are also interested for Erasmus and IPA CBC cross-border programs for Serbia. So Interreg cross-border programs where Serbia can participate, and we can offer, as you can see here, great connection of industry and academia and wide experience in implementing EU and international projects. Thank you very much. Here will be my contact on the last slide.
Thank you, Biljana. Up next, we have Borja Vicha from the Duisburg Business and Innovation.
Yes, thank you for having me here. I'm Borja Vicha. I'm an authorized representative from the local and regional project development and business development agency of the city of Duisburg. Next slide, please. And we are a project developer owned by the municipality. We are managing the transformation of Duisburg and the region to a sustainable and more competitive economy. We have 30 specialists working on different teams, flat hierarchies and a matrix organizations. And that means that we have a lot of different topics we are working on, but for example, which is really important for us, is to work on hydrogen and sustainability on me, but also the development of the city and the neighborhood development. Next slide, please. Duisburg is specialized in steel production and logistics. It focuses on greening both Europe's biggest steel mill here located in Duisburg and the world's biggest hinterland harbor, which is located here, by green and digital transformation. Duisburg knows that the regional economy must be highly competitive, and therefore also digital transformation must be done. DBI works, for example, on the Interreg project, Accelerate Green and Digital Transformation. Some colleagues I've already seen here on the video conference. And we work on the transition of the inner city, as e-commerce is a challenge for the neighborhood centers also in Duisburg, and Duisburg is working on solutions for intelligent uses of these centers. Next slide, please. We are looking for project partners for EU-funded projects and cities and regions in the EU with similar challenges in economic and sustainable transformation, and both partners from research and economic development organizations. And we can offer years of experience in project development and project management in these types of projects. And we have an international and highly skilled team. We have good contacts to SMEs, corporates, R&D, and public administration. Next slide, please. So for now, that's it. If you like to contact me, please make it via LinkedIn or via my email address, which I write into the chat. That's for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Borja. All right, thank you to our online pitch presenters. Now let me call on our in-person pitch presenters First up, we have Inmaculada Remolar from the Institute.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to, of course, to thank to the EURADA to be the opportunity of being here and to present our institution. Institute of New Imaging Technologies. We are situated in the University Jaume I in Castellón, is in Spain. The university is, the institute is part of this university. The university, as you can see here, is on the east coast of Spain, and our institute is specialized in these technologies. We are composed by a number of researchers that also we are professors in this university, and we are all specialized in some fields that are related with the ICT, that mainly are focused on these technologies. All the researchers that are composed this institute are organized in different fields of research, depending on their expertise. Currently, we have 11 research groups that all of us are trying to promote, of course, research that is inherent to the university. Also, we are working on transferring the technology we are developing. But the thing that is very important for this meeting is we are trying also to apply for many projects and trying to collaborate with different partners to perform different projects, European projects, of course. Very quickly, as I said, the institute is composed by 45 researchers on staff, but we are more people, of course. We have currently 12 current international projects ongoing. We are a member of 8 international research networks. And as I said, I think the most important thing in order to collaborate with the people are the fields of the research. And very briefly, I'm going to only to mention the topics that we work on. For instance, we have a group of researchers that work on pattern analysis and learning. Another optics and photonics, is more physics, not so computer science, of course. Space-based modeling, also more engineer topic. Geographic information systems, interactive visualization. This is, for instance, my expertise. We work in my group, for instance, work more virtual reality, augmented reality, all apply to different fields as cultural heritage, industry, education, and psychology. Video games, and is also we develop and apply serious games technologies to different fields. Machine learning for environments applied to the loneliness and health. Visual engineering, image and mathematical modeling, artificial intelligence, data analysis, and machine learning, functional programs. And as you can see, many fields that, but the line common in all of them that we trying to apply to the visual and image technology that I think nowadays is very popular, very demanding. For ending my presentation, what we are looking for? We are looking for partners and to ideas to collaborate, because as I said, our expertise is ICT, but the ICT absence if is applied to some topics, then we are open to collaborate with different fields, business, health, cultural heritage, as I said before, education. And the idea is that we also our expertise is image technology, but we can work in ICT general issues, of course. What we can offer, we are a group of researchers with a lot of experience, because we are working there for a long, some years ago. We have experience in Horizon Europe. Indeed, we are now coordinating 2 of them. well, that we got in the last call. Last year, sorry. We have experience in, as I said before, in innovative technologies applied to different fields. So we have a wide field. And for finish my presentation, we are hard workers, and we are very proud to collaborate with many people. So it will be nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Immaculada. Up next, we have David Jepson to talk about Ashley community and housing.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm not really here to talk about Ashley Community Housing, or to talk about a particular project, or to talk about a particular organisation, or to talk about a particular programme. I'm here really to talk about an idea, a paradigm, and a new way of looking at local and regional development. So let's have the next slide, please. I've worked in local and regional development for many years, and I was involved in setting up EURADA 30 years ago. I now do work for ACH, and we work with refugee and migrant communities in the UK with 3,000 people per year and 500 businesses per year. But what I mainly want to argue and talk about is the fact that we need to see social innovation as a key element of economic development, which is just as important as technological change and technological innovation in terms of achieving growth and a more inclusive society. And that basically in the past, social issues have been fragmented from economic development and economic growth in a way which hasn't helped in terms of both social cohesion and in terms of ensuring that economic growth that we all see. And that basically we need to make sure that in the future we see social innovation, which means harnessing social change as a key driver for development within local and regional strategies and particular programs, particular projects. And the partnerships between regional development and social sector organizations, as well as the public and private sector, are vital to achieve that. But also we need better relationships between research, policy development and delivery of activities on the ground. And to me, I see more and more that these things are fragmented. People in universities do research that, to be sarcastic, nobody else ever reads. People who do policy, they dream up policies in some office as they look out the window. And people who deliver things on the ground do things which may be useful, but we don't always know why we're doing them or how they actually connect up to any long-term impact. And the focus on outputs as opposed to outcomes and impact is further undermining the actual achievement of a better society that we all want to achieve through local and regional development. Next slide, please. So just two examples of how social innovation can work. These are just two examples. One is around refugees and migrants, and one's around the silver economy and the aging population. These are two features of the globe and many other countries. So globally, migration flows are increasing due to conflict, due to inequalities, due to climate change. Whatever we do in terms of restrictions or border controls, that's increasingly happening across the world and in Europe. Silver economy, many of our member states, many countries have aging populations, more and more older people. So both of those are both social challenges, but they're also economic opportunities. So how are we harnessing, for example, migrants and refugees in our economies, in our labour markets? Not just humanitarian, because refugees and migrants bring new ideas, diversity, new talents. I remember the mayor of Lisbon once said, cities are about innovation. Innovation comes from diversity, and without that, we may as well give up. And I think that's basically true. So how do we harness those things? Aging population doesn't work anymore that you retire when you're 60, which if I did, I wouldn't be here now. We need to make sure that the talents and abilities of older people can be harnessed in a flexible and better way in the labour market. I'm not going to read through all those examples. They're all examples of particular activities we could do to reinforce the role of, for example, refugees and migrants, or for example, older people in the economy and in the labour market. What I'm trying to argue is we need to look at social change as part of economic and local and regional development, not as something separate in a box called social policy. Next slide, please. So this is more at the end of my pitch. I just want to say that it's not just me saying this, and a lot of really interesting work on inclusive entrepreneurship. The fact there are many people missing from entrepreneurship in Europe, including refugees and migrants, but also women, also young people, people who don't have the same opportunities as others to engage in the entrepreneurship that we all need to make our economies grow. And just to finish, there's a guy called Jeff Mulgan, who's a professor in the UK, who published a book last year called Another World is Better. And what that said is that people can imagine a world of ecological catastrophe where the climate change makes terrible weather, we all suffer, we all have a horrible time. People can imagine a world of technological change where robots and AI runs the world, but people imagine a better world which is inclusive and social. Something is seriously wrong there. So therefore, I do think we need to think about embedding these social changes, not just because it's humanitarian, because it's a nice thing to do, but because it is part of a sustainable and generally effective economy. So I'd be happy to contribute to that process through EURADA, through myself, through whatever, but my pitch really is to put social innovation at the heart of local and regional development. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Just a reminder again, in case there are any questions, those were some very thought-provoking points that David has brought up. So please, in case you have questions, feel free to write in the Slido or in the Zoom chat. Up next, we have Elodie Schutz from Euro Technologies.
Hi, everyone. I'm pleased to be sorry. Spoiler. So I believe I'm the last one for this morning, so please keep that with me. I'm also starving. So I'm pleased to be here today with you. I'm Elodie Schutz, I'm European Project Manager, and I'm today with my colleague Steven Bourgeois at the end of the room, and we're here to represent EURADA Technologies, Europe Startup Builder. So who we are a French public-private player in the Other France digital ecosystem. So we have welcomed in our 4 campuses more than 300 tech companies. So we have campuses in Lille, Roubaix, Saint-Quentin-Willems. Basically, it's in the north of France. We are really close to Belgium, as you can see in the little map. The main missions are to support the development of innovative tech projects. And through our incubation and acceleration scheme, we support more than 200 projects per year. We also raised since 2009, so the date of our creation, and thanks to our startups, more than 450 million euros. And our second main mission is to create jobs in our region, our territory. And since 2009, we supported the creation of 7,000 jobs. Our main actions and focus areas that I want to present to you today are incubation and acceleration. So what I mentioned is that we support 200 startups each year through our 7 business verticals. So we have fintech, insurtech, cybersecurity, edtech, and HR tech. We also have agtech, green tech, retail, protech, and robotic and space tech. All are located in the different campuses in our regions. We have a strong international development strategy. So we want to support our startup going abroad, but we also want to support foreign companies getting installed and understanding the French market and our regional markets. So we have market discovery, market readiness, and soft landing programs. And lastly, we want to develop the green and digital transition for ourselves as an incubator. So we have the strategy to become a net zero incubator, but we also want to support our company doing their own digital and green transitions. So what we are looking for today is to meet new partners and possibly new consortium to join and to provide our expertise and to work with on projects, and partners to build new projects and also to build our internationalization strategy that we are currently developing. We are interested in the topic of SMEs, internationalization, cybersecurity, green and digital transition, also creating and securing jobs in tech, because there is a lot of tension in finding people, workers to work in tech, and education in tech and digital for all, because we also provide workshops for kids and younger people in tech to learn new digital skills. What we can offer in project is incubation and acceleration services and expertise, business support services, SME internationalization and soft lending package, partnering with large companies from our ecosystem, so digital and higher education institutions. We also collaborate a lot with public authorities in the region. We have a strong connection with the regional digital ecosystem and the key stakeholders of this ecosystem. And we can organize and host big events in our beautiful buildings that were it's rehabilitation of former industries and especially textile industries. If you want to have a look at this very nice building. So if you want to collaborate with me, please let's talk during the lunch break. I'd be happy to talk with you, to talk some project opportunities. And we are open to all kinds of programs. Can be Erasmus+, Horizon Europe, I3, and so on. So I'd be happy to talk to you. Thank you. So I'm very happy to be here today and to provide a very brief overview about European Innovation Ecosystem Work Program. It's a particularly interesting moment because actually we are coming for the adoption of the amendment of European Innovation Ecosystem Work Program that I would say almost imminent, tentatively at the end of 31st of March or very, very beginning of April, it's going to be announced. And of course, it's the major news and I will stop a little bit more speaking about that. And of course, my maybe main part of this presentation, I will focus on the call that is very much linked to the political call for expression of interest that had been announced yesterday by both Commissioner Gabriel and Commissioner Ferreira, with participation of the Committee of the Regions, call to become Regional Innovation Valley. And this European Innovation Ecosystem Work Program supports this call, and I would like to stop a little bit in more detail, particularly on this moment. But let's start from the beginning. And the European Innovation Ecosystems is actually a very small work program comparably to other work programs. It is located in the Pillar 3 of Horizon Europe, Innovative Europe Pillar, between European Innovation Council and European Institute of Innovation and Technology, and it is meant to link both these bodies, but also other pillars of Horizon Europe, and of course, more widely connected all regional and national innovation actors. It is the first of the kind because it's a new work program, so 21. So the first project they are ongoing, but there are still certain curve that we're looking with big interest on this of this project and to see how they're going to develop. So again, the main objective is to have a connected and efficient innovation ecosystems in Europe to support the scaling of companies, encourage innovation and stimulate cooperation among national, regional and local innovation actors. We are doing it by different means. You will see that the very big part of this work program that is almost taking half of it is devoted to the SMEs, to promote internationalization of the SMEs. And also we're having different kind of actions focused both on regional actors, but also very much on inclusiveness aspects to include different innovative actors like social innovators, women in the innovation ecosystem. In 2023-24, again, we have moved a little bit from two destinations that we had in 21-22. We had also scale-up destination. We have merged it because finally we say that connect destination of the work program and its connectedness and its objective. I mean, they fully cover the legal base of this work program and also political objectives that Innovation Ecosystem Work Program addresses. Because Innovation Ecosystem Work Program is very much linked to the new European Innovation Agenda that has been launched in July 2022. And as you can see, this political initiative has a number of actions that could be grouped in 5 main areas. It is providing funding of enabling deep tech innovation through experimentation spaces and public procurement, accelerating and strengthening innovation in European innovation ecosystems and addressing the innovation divide, fostering, attracting, and retaining tech talents, and improving policy-making tools. These 5 flagships are basically were identified based on challenges that we believe exist in Europe and different actions that are going to be implemented now between 23 and 25 are basically aimed to address these challenges and to improve the situation. And then if you go to the work program, specifically Innovation Ecosystem Work Program, once you go through specific topics, you will see that how it actually addresses the different aspects of the new European Innovation Agenda. There are 2 topics that have been just closed, but I would like to mention it because it's very interesting ones. One is Women Tech EU scheme. This is a specific scheme that has already been very successful. It started as a pilot in 21 with 3.75 million. It had been increased to 10 million in 22. And for this scheme that is aimed to give grants for the deep tech startup women founders, it actually have a huge demand because we have received around 500 applications for 2022. So we are going in the process to grant support to 130 companies. And of course, due to the success of this scheme, it's of course we are going to continue it. And here in 23, we just closed the proposal because we are changing the scheme a little bit. They're going to be awarded to the consortium. So the consortium will implement the scheme, and now we have received 11 proposals to select the best consortium. And here we're also paying specific attention to the widening countries and to, or let's say less innovation developed countries to join also and benefit from the scheme. Another one that has been just closed is preparatory action for setting up joint programs among innovation ecosystems actors. It's been already mentioned before. It is just a small, and again, we have received a lot of proposals for that. It's like 53 proposals, so we are very happy. It means that we will receive, we'll be able to award very, very good projects, collaborative projects. And basically, the main objective of this action is just to bring innovation actors together, start conversations, start talking, and also preparing some longer-term plans for their collaborative activities. I went up to the top of my slide because for the chronological order, I would like to present you another call is implementing co-funded action plans for connecting regional innovation valleys, because this specific topic had been advanced from 2024 to 2023, and now opening of the call date is 17th of May 23, so it's very, very soon. And this specific call I have mentioned in the beginning of my presentation because it very much linked to the call yesterday at the PRI event, a call for expression of interest to become a regional innovation valley. So there is a call that had been opened yesterday that invites the regions to commit and to express the interest to become regional innovation valleys. What does it mean? It means that they commit to work with other regions. That is very important. To decide on the area of specialization and functionality on which area they would like to commit. And what is also very important, they are also committing themselves to develop some interregional project in their chosen area of specialization. In order to support it, this is like a political expression of interest, and it also is going to be evaluated in the way, and the objective of our commission is to announce these regional innovation valleys in the beginning of next year and to award this label to the regions. However, we also would like to provide the financial support and incentives to the regions to collaborate. And here we are having this call, and particularity of this call that it is a co-fund call. It means that we are providing 50% of the funding, and 50% of the funding should come from the national, regional, or local sources. It also can be used here, the funding along the notice of the synergies that could be done between Horizon Europe and EURADA. And this specific call, also in the spirit of the communication European Innovation Agenda, will be coordinated very closely with I3 call, interregional innovation investment from DG region, that has the same opening and the same closing dates. And we are planning the info day somewhere at the end of May for both these programs in order also to explain you the similarities and differences between these two calls. So here, just I put on the slide very brief main requirements that you could put attention to, but of course it's better to see the whole text that's going to be what I have mentioned. So we are hoping that there will be at least 5 national regional authorities joining the consortium. We would like really encourage the moderate and emerging innovative regions to collaborate with the strong and innovation leaders regions. Thematic scope is not very strictly defined, but we are really focusing, we would like to focus on the 5 priorities that has been outlined in the new European Innovation Agenda. And these are reducing and increasing global food security, mastering the digital transformation, improving healthcare, and achieving circularity. As you see, the areas are quite broad, so many different types of actions could be embedded there. And of course, again, what we are asking for the consortium is the creation of interconnected ecosystems, and specifically also collaboration on 3-4 interregional innovation projects in selected thematic technological areas. And we expect the plans, action plans for 3 and 5 years. And we're planning to award, as you see, around 6 grants, meaning that the size of the grants will be from 8 to 12 million. But again, it will be only 50% of funding, another 50% should come from other sources. And it means that the size of this project would be quite considerable. Below I put also examples of some collaborative activities if you wonder what could be included there. But again, it is just the suggestions. It's not limited to the type of collaborative activities because it's also the way the call is designed. It's very much bottom up still. And there's quite a lot of flexibility for the region to propose the type of activities they would like to collaborate on. I need to go back just to mention other 2 calls that will follow shortly at 8th of June 2023, the opening day. Again, very closely linked to the new European Innovation Agenda, I would say inspired by the new European Innovation Agenda. One is stimulating experimentation practices. What we would like to see here, we would like the consortium to identify the areas of experimentation that they would like to work for, and also to set up experimentation spaces to work and to develop innovation in their specialized area. And another topic we would like to support is the specialist advisory services to build capacities on innovation procurement, because again, we would like to very much stimulate demand side, and particularly to use the potential that public buyers have to procure innovative solutions. However, through all the different consultations and the discussion, it has really become emerging that really more support is needed for the public buyers in order to experiment with innovation, procuring of innovative solutions. So we hope the specialist advisory services would help them in that respect. So I'm coming to 2024. It seems like a long time still to go until that, but I will mention still, just to give you a little bit of flavor of what is coming. The call for African Union, European Union Innovation Platform is indeed very much in the spirit of the global gateway. And the collaboration between the continent, I would say, on the innovative topic and bringing different types of innovative from Africa to European Union and vice versa. And with establishing this innovation platform, we hope to bring these 2 communities together for a fruitful collaboration. The topic of Startup Europe, it might be familiar for some of you or many of you because it's a recurrent topic. And now we are also expanding it because before it was very much digital oriented. It was very much oriented on bringing community and supporting the digital startups. We are making it broader. We also want to go to more deep tech fields. So it will be really, scope will be a little bit enlarged in the 2024 round. Expanding academic enterprise collaboration, we had a similar call already in the previous work program. And I think it's very interesting call because here we put universities in the center. and we really talking and looking for building innovation ecosystem around the universities and bringing really universities closer to the industry, collaborating closely to different actors and also to startup community, incubators and accelerators. And the last but not the least, the mutual learning and support scheme for national and regional innovation programs. This year, we will have a specific focus linked to the plug-in scheme of EIC Accelerator. You know that there's a specific plug-in scheme that gives opportunity for national programs to be certified and to propose the companies already to the step 2 of the EIC Accelerator. So these companies who will be proposed directly by this certified national programs won't be needed to pass the step 1 in the EIC Accelerator stage. However, this is a learning process. We have quite a good mix of the national programs certified. There are a lot of also widening countries represented in this certification, but still we think other countries who didn't apply for some reason, or maybe were not successful to certify the national programs, could really benefit from mutual learning and support scheme in 2024. I'm not going to stop a lot because the proposal is really a recurring topic, the one that I have mentioned to you before. It is partnership on innovative SME, a very important partnership, also talking about the impact and the budget. But here we are having the current consortium who are continuing successfully its activities, so this call is not going to be announced. For applications, and then of course other actions. If you can see, it's mainly, I would say, public procurement actions that are going to be also announced, but the topics, if you look at the topics that also could be interesting for you, EU intellectual property help desk. This is something recurrent that exists and provides the help to SMEs, particularly on the IP issues, and it's something that we want to continue in with this public procurement. It will continue for the next 3 years. Mapping of regulatory compliance advisory services and the identification of gaps. Again, here when we were making consultation on the new European innovation agenda, we were faced by these questions of and maybe claim that there are not enough these regulatory compliance advisory services. But our answer and our reflection was that actually we don't know about them. So this is basically the spurred the intention of this action, just to understand what mappings, what kind of advisory services are available in Europe and where are the gaps. For the rest, there's just one new topic that will be added in the amendment of 23-24 work program, and it is support for identification and interconnectedness of regional innovation valleys that are going to be specifically contracted to GRC, BGRC, and this is very much linked also to the PRIS, to the pilots of regional innovation, because of course we have already did quite amazing work of connected of regions, and we would like to help not only PRIS but also other regions to better connect and better identify their partners, with also intention that they could apply to the call of expression of interest to become regional innovation valleys, or also apply to our calls. I'm coming to the end of my very brief presentation, and here I put, and of course I think it's safe to say that this presentation can be distributed to all of you, because like that you also would be able to click on the links to see what is behind. Here, if I'm not mistaken, so I put a link to European Innovation Ecosystem Work Program with a tweak that in a few days there will be update with the amendment that I just had been talking about. New European Innovation Agenda that, as I mentioned, if you are thinking to apply the calls, I think it is a must read, the very important political orientations that we have received last year. And another one is leading the new wave of deep tech innovation. There are actually examples of the already awarded projects under Innovation Ecosystem 21-22. Very inspiring project, I must say. Very much, if didn't have this specific deep tech focus in 21-22, but you can see also they are very relevant. They are very much in green, digital, and health areas. So also touching on social aspects, that is also very interesting. Social innovation, silver economy. So it's also quite an interesting read. And here I stop. And as I have to leave quite quick, quickly. I propose that we can have a few questions now. Again, if you feel that you have questions on the later stage, here is my email. So you can contact me afterwards to ask if you didn't have a chance to ask it now. Thank you.
So while you're seated, I'd like to remind our online participants to please ask your questions through Slido or through the Zoom chat. I believe we already have a question on the Slido. Javier, if you would like, oh, sorry. Yes, we have a question already from Valeria.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Here I am. My name is Valeria Bandini. I'm from ARTER, the Innovation Agency of Emilia-Romagna region. Thank you very much for the information you provided. Very much, we were looking for those information, and I have 3 questions. The first one is related to the mention you made to the 3-4 interregional innovation projects. Can you tell us something more, or is it fully free? Do we maybe consider to have cascade mechanisms? And yeah, if you can tell us something more. On the 50% co-funding, I mean, the other, in addition to Horizon funds, shall it be a fund fully dedicated to the project, or should we think about mechanisms, let's say, working on a kind of matching funds? So how strict is the concept of co-funding? Shall we put all the money in a pot and use it, or do we envisage other mechanisms? I have a third one that I don't remember, but I have another one in the reserve list. Do you see do you see connections between between the regional valleys, but more in general, all the evolution of the ecosystems and the ERA hubs line of actions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Very good questions. And again, I'll try to briefly answer you. And also with the tweak that actually now there's a lot similar questions, but now we are preparing the guidance, and also we're going to publish it as soon as the calls and the work program will be adopted, because the calls will be already in the funder and tenders portal, and then it would also allow us, give us opportunity to put the questions and answer directly there.
It means it will be published before the 17th of May?
Definitely, we want to publish it before, with a small tweak. We're also planning a specific session for our program committee, that a lot of NCPs are there, because also we also want to run also for them to see also their comments and good questions, because you're always coming through. Just very brief answering to the questions, what we mean by this 3-4 interregional project, whether it's CAPCAM funding. Yeah, it's CAPCAM funding, because we envisage that the call it sort of consists of 2 parts. One is building innovation ecosystem. It's like, if you think of it like CSA action, I don't want to confuse you more than that, but it's more for really for developing the plans, to collaborate on activities, to make a long-term program. But then once you select specific specialization, technological specialization, in the agenda it says based on smart specialization strategies. But okay, I think it can be, we also say it can be broader than that, because we shouldn't forget also council conclusions that really invited us to broaden the concept of innovation and not to be locked only on big tech. But once you have chosen this area of specialization, then in that case, you will be able to direct the funding. We will have discussed any kind of 3-4 interregional projects. How about this? Yeah.
That means that the 3-4 projects do not have to be defined necessarily in advance?
Well, they would have to be defined already in advance, because with the common proposals, they should be already mentioned. That is a requirement. So you have to have idea already in advance. But of course, the funding and everything you will be launching them afterwards. But I mean, the already idea, the specification, the technological area may be possible after. So I already have to develop it before. For the letter of intent, and the question that you're asking for the money, because it's very important question, and particularly important because we advanced the goal to 2023, and obviously this co-funding for the regions, for example, when we are talking about getting this money and commit this money and providing letter of intent, it's absolutely, we do understand it's absolutely not obvious. We do believe we are also looking, because now we are looking at the advanced legal sector also a little bit how to go around it, because okay, you are obliged to provide a letter of intent, specifying saying that okay, we are planning to give this money 50% from that and that sources, but we are looking also for opportunities, and that we will clarify, or let's say how we can be also a little bit flexible in the respect. I mean, while complying with legal basis, but it's not meaning that you do not have this money sitting somewhere in the account already for the 5-year program, let's say. So we are now exploring these opportunities, how we can tailor it a little bit to give you a little bit more flexibility. But again, if you're thinking of reimbursement, of course, it will be, I mean, 50% on the establishment of the cost, we will be reimbursing 50%, so 50% will be coming from the sources. But this is very important point, and we would like to just to say that we would like to really make sure that we provide one unified guidance, particularly in this respect, and this is specific aspect that we are looking to. And finally, on your question on the ERA hubs and in general, this concept of regional innovation valleys, because of course, as you can probably know, I mean, there are a lot of regional innovation valleys. Some valleys have been already created or proclaimed, and obviously this is very, how to say, visible and very attractive branding. We also have different valleys created in Europe. We also have, we are talking about hydrogen valleys, also in the spirit of this agenda, that is a little bit different animal. We are now talking about renewable energy valleys. I mean, there are different types of mechanisms created. But what we basically envisage with this topic, and this is also political action, is that, I mean, when we talk about regional innovation valleys in the concept of our label, it is a region and it is a connected region. So in that sense, ERA hubs are basically embedded in this concept, and any other hubs that you might have in the region. You have digital hubs, you will have a number of accelerators and incubators, you will probably have universities. I mean, you have a strong innovation ecosystem, I would say. So that is how I see this concept.
In short, the ERA hub will be there. And by the way, we are coordinating one of the two pilots, as you may know. We as actor, and I mean, a part of the regional innovation values are a component in your view.
Yes, in my view, yes.
Okay, very good. One last very short question on the call for expression of interest. I just went through it because I saw it yesterday. Are we obliged as regions applying to select one topic, or is it because apparently there's only one choice possible?
No, I was just discussing it yesterday with my colleague, and basically I have to go back again to see how is now the call is designed, because we are a little bit in this technical setup stage. Our intention is, of course, no, because I mean the regions, they do not have, I mean, to be locked into one. But I think there is a little bit confusion, and we'll try to clarify it, because what we wanted to do also with the call for expression of interest, to make you like sort of to the regions a service, to help you also identify other regions who are working in the same area of specialization, or maybe go even in more details and like specific technologies. And for that, you would have to make a choice how you would like to be reflected on the map. Because obviously, otherwise, we just won't be able to set up any technical solution. So I think the spirit of this one was, so to say, inspired by that consideration. I was told that it is possible to select few topics, but then you have to do the pre-selection. But to be honest, I haven't scrolled myself yesterday, so give us a few days because we are still like fine-tuning. It could not make technical issue or in my whole mind I was not able to. Yes, so that I cannot answer. I mean, apparently I was said that it's possible to select few areas.
There is one last question over there.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. Okay, Hassan from Axio, Catalonia region. I have two questions. One is on, can you just in one sentence clarify the region, as because the first thing you said is that you want regions to collaborate with each other. So the consortium, if I do the math, region, it will not be just, it will be like consortia of many regions, if I understand correctly, the math of how many regions you want and how many projects will be approved. That's one thing. And the other thing is, I believe the deadline was advanced from April 2024. Is this consolidated, or is there a chance that the deadline will change again? Thank you.
No, the deadline is not going to be changed. Please don't tell me that. No, I think we keep timing, particularly with coordination with interregional investment instrument. That was not very obvious because in the preparation of the work program we had to follow an adoption of the new European agenda was in July 22, and it was really already the very last moments of the preparation of the work program because it also follows quite complex process. So that's why we, we were not yet sure that we will be able to achieve this coordination with I3, and that we put our calls a bit later. So now the calls are set where they're set. And then you were asking on the interregional projects, and I understand the more question on the composition of consortium. So we were basically what we are looking forward. We believe the consortium is not that it is small. That's why we're saying minimum 5 regions with specific of how they are specified and how they are identified. So there could be more as well. Coming from different member states, we're making the specific reference, so not to have a consortium of 5 Spanish regions, for example. Also, but it doesn't mean that it should be only regions or regional authorities in the consortium. That should be very clear. This is a minimum criteria, this is eligibility criteria that we put this restriction, and I can explain you why. Because before our course was completely open, we were not special. I mean, we are not doing this really specific points on who's supposed to be in the consortium. In here, not the problem. The situation has been coming from other sources, and that complicates the things. I mean, very frankly, because of course you will have to find some national, regional, local money, and we believe the regions are maybe better placed to find it, because also they could look for the synergies with their funding. Also, not an obligatory, but it is a possibility. So that's why we're thinking who better than regions. So that's why we sort of want to prevent, for example, I don't know, university from one region or from country applying and not having support of its region, because afterwards, of course, we are linking it also to award of this label of regional innovation values. And obviously, we would like that the region is behind it and not only specific actors.
So very last question from my friend related to that. For instance, the innovation values, you mentioned several topics. One was mastering the digital transformation. That means it's going to be a crosstalk with digital program. Is that is going to be a part. There will be synergies between different programs in this sense.
Well, to answer to this question, so the area that you're referring, it is the area, these 5 areas that have been defined as burning challenges. So obviously these EU burning challenges or key priorities are addressed not only through one program, neither from Horizon Europe, not from regional project, but it's also the digital, and many actors and many programs are working towards addressing these regional and digital priorities. But maybe I should also make an important reference in relation to this call for special interest for regional innovation values, and also why it has been done. Because we also believe that the regional innovation value, not necessarily our core of innovation ecosystem or I3, and also not necessarily successful applicants of this European innovation ecosystem or I3 call. We can be very successful, regional innovation values answering to this key or one or more key European priorities, but having other resources such as working with or without European funding towards these objectives. What I mean for us, it's crucial that the regions shows that it collaborates on interregional projects, because if you're just having an amazing innovation ecosystem but not connected to other regions and you do not collaborate on interregional project, for us it's not enough. It's not the criteria, it's not enough. So this is just important to
Okay, so thank you, because you must to lead. Thank you very much for your clear presentation, your clear answers. It's a pleasure that you presented us the European University ecosystem and this new cause in the near future. Thank you very much. Now let's move to the next speaker. I mean, he has arrived.
Jörg, not yet.
So we move on to the next subsession that is going to be a short presentation about the Original Europe Resource Cluster that is going to be done by Raluca Petrescu, who is the marketing and communication manager from the Meta Group.
Do I need the mic?
Which is it working? Try now. Try a bit.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so thank you everyone. My name is Raluca Petrescu. I work for Meta Group, which is a company dedicated to bringing research to the market. So it's not Facebook. I just want to mention this. And today I would like to give you a very brief overview of Horizon Resource Cluster, which is, in our view, a very good example of how to support EU-funded research and innovation at regional and European level. And maybe just for my personal curiosity, anyone who heard about Horizon Resource Cluster in the room, maybe you could raise your hand. Okay. Good enough. Okay, so Horizon Resource Cluster is an initiative of the European Commission, DGRTD to be more precise. And it is managed by consortium of partners, and Meta is the leading partner. And it provides support, expert services for EU projects who are willing to create or generate a bigger impact, and also they need access to funding and more partnership opportunities. So the way we do that is by providing three main categories of services. They are available to ongoing and close projects funded by FP7, Horizon 2020, and Horizon Europe. They are full efficient in terms of cost. They provide tools and methodologies to EU-funded projects, and they are delivered by experts remotely. And these experts act as facilitators during the delivery. Now, there are three main categories of support services. Service 1 is dedicated to dissemination and exploitation. Service 2 is dedicated to digital development, and then we have Service 3 on social markets. So Service 1 is also divided in three modules, and I will very briefly go over them. It's dedicated to identifying and creating a portfolio of research results. And one of the main activities here is mapping relevant stakeholders and main target audiences, which is important because it kind of gives an understanding of who else is doing similar research and who might benefit from it. This module is mainly dedicated to project groups, but single projects can also apply, and they will receive guidance in finding similar projects to group with. Then we have module B in the same service. It supports projects to design and execute a portfolio of dissemination plan. And this module includes the creation of the visual identity of the project group, and also the creation of promotional materials such as a video presentation or fact sheets, or any type of material that can be used in dissemination results. There are also 6 packages that projects can pick from. And this is also a module that can be accessed or requested by project groups. Then module C supports projects in improving their existing exploitations, includes the review of the exploitable results, identifying relevant stakeholders, also conducting a risk analysis related to these exploitation results, and then implementation of the exploitation plan. And now we're going to the second category of support for Horizon Results Booster, which is dedicated to business plan development. And here, obviously, we are trying to support beneficiaries to bring their results closer to the market. So the main activities, training and support and assistance in creating a business plan. This involves market analysis, business strategy, operations, also identifying competitors, and basically planning the next steps to be taken in order to go to market. And finally, we have the third service, which is go to market. And this one is also divided in 6 sub-services. For pitching, support for intellectual property rights and innovation management can apply both single projects and project groups. While for business services, exploitation options, and non-EU funding can apply only single projects. And this is my last slide, where I wanted to highlight the fact that dissemination and exploitation have a key importance in generating impact and maximizing the research results. Sometimes, from our experience in working with research teams, there are some challenges that they may face. So sometimes it can be wrong identification of the exploitable results, or confusion between certain terms, use model not identified or maybe wrongly identified. And programs such as Horizon Results Booster and of course others for programs provided by the European Commission can help with that. So if you are interested, the program is before, and there's still time to apply, and you can find more about it on horizonresultsbooster.eu, where you can learn also about the services, and there's also a lot of information about how to apply and success stories. And of course, if you have questions, I would be more than happy to answer them. My colleague Rosalina is also here, and she's involved in the application process. So thank you very much.
So if there are any questions on the floor on the slide?
We have question.
No questions on Slido.
Okay, so I have one question. I find it very interesting, maybe for researchers, maybe because they have a lot of support from tech transfer agreements to enhance their results and opportunities. What about export that you do in a project level, but what about companies? Maybe they normally want to protect the results. Have you any distance from companies to apply to this services or not? Do you think, like, if it's a trade level, it's something that works even if there is company or not in the consortium?
So I guess it depends a lot on the type, but we have many companies that participated in the program. Of course, they apply together with universities and other research centers. And this is one of the aspects intellectual property rights covered actually in one of the modules. So I guess it depends a lot on the type of research results they have and how they want to go to the market. If they want to license, if they want to promote it for further research, but of course they have many private companies involved.
Okay. And my other question, you mentioned just at the end that the program ends in 2024. You want to be extended? Tell us more about it.
I think I told Rosalina that they want because she just had a meeting, I think, on that.
Well, actually, yes, we accept affiliation until May 2024 and we deliver statistics until November 2024. After November 2024, we still don't know if the European Commission will extend this same initiative or come up with another initiative. But anyway, we know that until November 2024, we will invest this in Horizon Europe. Then it's still to be seen and decided what will happen.
Okay, there is no question. Thanks again, Monica. And let's move to the next.
Sorry. There's a question from slide. Someone asked, what is the difference between Horizon Results Platform and Horizon Result Booster?
Well, the Horizon Results Booster is a different platform. It's not to, let's say, promote projects, European funded projects, is to deliver support services. Whereas the other one is a platform where they're providing on all type of projects funded by the European Commission.
And perhaps also to complement the answer, the thing is that the Horizon Result Platform and the Horizon Result Booster are two complementary initiatives by the European Commission. One, the platform gathers the results of the project, and the other, the Horizon Result Booster, provides services for exploration and dissemination for all the eligible projects. So the initiatives are complementary and normally after receiving service, then projects are strongly advised to upload the results in the Horizon Result platform.
Okay, so thank you very much again, Raluca and your colleague. And let's move to the next presentation. And it's about previous project and success stories by Michelle Cavallo. And he's going to spend something about insomnia.
I believe Michele is joining us online. Michele, are you there?
Yeah, switch on the camera. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. We hear you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share with you our knowledge, our expertise, and also some of our Horizon Europe project. So I have 5 minutes, I know, so I'll try to keep the time. So we're from Valencia, and we are Insomnia, and we are from this January, thanks to the project you are looking at it. I mean, the indie project. We are also member of the Valencia Regional Digital Innovation Hub. Well, this is one of the project behind the digital funds. It is not actually Horizon Europe, but it's a digital program. Well, the objective is this digitalization knowledge increasing for all the stakeholders in the Valencian region. Also in support the facility to the public and private financing, and also a demonstrator and experimentation infrastructure through also thanks to the in the membership, and also support the digital transition of all the stakeholders in the area. You can see here we are 48 partners, and you have the link for any other for if you are interested. In the next slide, We would like to introduce to you also another project which focuses in financial federated technology marketplace. And in this case, this is an Horizon Europe project. It is the objective is to launch a global market with a secure federated data embedded finance inside the marketplace. Most important part of this is the technology address. It is mostly blockchain tokenization and technique, and also integration of other trusted energy efficiency tools. This is a project that has already started a few months. We are 31 partners. You can have more information in the web as well. Next slide is about another marketplace. In this sense, it is addressed to energy efficiency building. I have to say that I've selected this project. We have more, but just for you to understand in which topics we move, but we have many others. In this case, always is again is an open platform where we are going to foster different kind of verticals and deep technology like machine learning, blockchain, intelligent artificial intelligence, and IoT. The objective is creating a platform to analyze real-time building data, and also to enabling more reliable services and business opportunity for stakeholders. In this case, this is also in Cluster 5 Horizon Europe project. We are 17 partners. You have here the web again for if you need more information. Next slide is about another kind of project. We have listed some activity for supporting Africa in 2024 prior presentation. We are interested in that as well. In this case, we are involved in a project in which the focus is create a support for digital innovation hub in Africa. And we are creating a joint African-European startup innovation ecosystem with more than 30 local digital hubs and 5 African countries. We are involved for the acceleration program since we have experience in startup creation, acceleration, incubation with our DIH, and also in solution lab creation. We have 10 partners, Europe and also Africa, and you have here the link for getting more information about the project. Now, for the rest of the time I have, I would like to tell you that this project in the next slide are very much important for the job creation address. That is, well, talking about digital decade, all this project would improve opportunities for the business and the society. Also bigger invest in the sense of digital application, but also improve new capacity and startup. We also are our pillar is also stressing training by hackathons and other training course in our projects, and other issue related to always technology application in the society. In the next slide, we would like to also stress the interest we have in joining this forum for improving capacity building, and also join forces with any other of the members of today, and for building up opportunities by bringing pilot users, pilot cases, and thank you very much for your time, and sorry for being late a few seconds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any question on the floor or in the slide?
No questions in slide.
Okay, no questions here either, but I would like to mention that I will be in contact with you. I think very interesting to connect with the digital hub that we are running in Catalan, so I will be in touch with you. So thank you very much again for your presentation. And now it's time for the last speaker, in case George hasn't appeared yet. It's not too good. Oh, that's right. So I think I will give you
Europe. So Georgia Hub is a deputy head of unit at the DGRTV. We're going to talk about widening participation and strengthening the European research area. So thank you very much.
Yes, thanks a lot for inviting us here and allowing us to present a little bit under the widening program. And I just arrived on time, sorry that we are running between presentations and meetings. So I'm not going to go into all the details of what we do in the program because it has 15 different codes, a huge number of topics. But if you're interested in any of the specific topics, we have the 2 YouTube videos that show from our info today dedicated sessions on each and every topic. So that's the first entry point if you want to submit to any of the topics. When we talk about the work program, it is the horizontal part that's basically there in addition to the other 3 pillars. And the name is somehow misleading with the end because the dominant part of the program in terms of budget is the widening participation part. That's where we have really a lot of budget on the Horizon Europe, 3 million, around that amount, 2 billion, pardon. And so that is the main focus. But in that widening component, the underlying logic is that we want to deploy measures that allow the entities from widening countries to better participate in them. So an indicator on how good that works is do we see improved participation from FP7 to Horizon 2020 to Horizon Europe. And the figures, I mean, everybody can access the figures from the dashboard. If you run statistics, you see that from FP7 to Horizon 2020 to Horizon Europe, all widening countries, with one exception, Hungary, have improved their participation substantially, some of them. And if you look at the success rate of legal entities from widening countries under Horizon Europe, they're as high as the success rate of legal entities from non-widening countries. So we see that we have come quite a way. Of course, it's not only because of the widening part of the program. There are a lot of national reforms behind that, but at least we see that the population on average is moving in a good direction. And so in order to do that, it's not only a funding, so it's about also building ecosystems of local actors beyond the research actors only. It's about reversing the brain drain, so bringing people back into these countries and offering attractive conditions. And I think we have some good examples on how we do that. The second part of that work from the ERA component is there to support the European research area in general. And that was basically pushed a lot forward with the ERA communication that was published in 2020, and I come back to that in a second. Important, we don't work in isolation. We see a lot of synergies with other programs. First, of course, framework program, but in particular for the widening part, a lot of synergies are from structural funds, because that's where the investments can come from national reforms. And we have one example concretely, the teaming actions, where we basically combined funding from structural funds and Horizon Europe to a single large scale. So in our work program, we have 3 destinations. The first 2 are dealing with the widening part. And you see here that most calls are still open, whereas on the 23 are closed. So that is something you can basically forget about. But I believe for your interest, the widening part is in any case more relevant. What is typical for us and very atypical for the rest of the framework program, we have a long list of other things that we do in the framework program. From a couple of advices to a lot of what we call grant to identified beneficiaries. So where we know already who should implement the activities. Prominent in there is the cost activity that gets a loan in this program of 10 million for networking of research actors. And we have a lot of activities that support general monitoring on our ERA ambition. You see quite important budgets, 900 million in 2 years, but 90% of that is sent into the ERA. So what I've tried here, and I'm not going to go through each and all of them, is just one, you missed the very first slide. Yes, so I have to get you back for a second. Because on the ERA part, what has changed in 2020 that after 20 years of the European research area, the Commission has put forward a new communication on the new ERA. That was then negotiated in a number of iterations with the Council, and that resulted in what we call 2 main documents in the Council recommendation on the pact for research. Secondly, council conclusions on the new ERA governance, and that includes what we call the ERA policy agenda. So it's a document where the member states and the council have agreed to jointly implement certain actions. And these 20 actions are, of course, for us now, for the next years, the driving policy document in order to implement certain actions under the ERA part in particular. And so that's where I slipped on for a second on my slides here. So I'm not going to go call by call topic, but I want to give you a flavor of how we basically support ERA policy agenda actions with topics in the work program. So we have a big action on open science principles and open science best practices. And of course, the European Open Science Cloud, you might be familiar with that, is an important implementation mechanism. But we also have dedicated actions, for example, on capacity building for intellectual property right in open science and at end. So all these are basically actions that support research organizations, higher education institutions in developing in their context the respective actions related to open science. And I'm not going to read through all of them, we can use the slides afterwards, but you will see that for each of the 20 ERA policy agenda actions, we have a portfolio of projects, we have dedicated budgets that underpin that. Yes, for me, a nice example is this one here. The idea of having a different approach to research assessment. So what we have done here in the context of the ERA forum, we are discussing with member states and the stakeholders, is to try to find an agreement on a new approach to research assessment that goes beyond publications and the typical things. And that has led to a coalition of groups where literally hundreds of organizations have signed up. This is nothing that we could have achieved with the framework program as such or with funding. It only works because we bring that in the context of the discussion of member states and the stakeholders and find their agreement. So for us, the ERA forum, the ERA policy agenda is a wonderful vehicle to discuss between member states, to discuss with these organizations, with research funders, certain topics, and come to an agreement. So we have here basically something that is supported with funding, but the funding alone would not allow to achieve these results. I go to let's give another example. Yes, so there's an action 7 that's called Enhance the strategic capacity of Europe public research perform organizations. What in practice is we have here a call that is published now for the second time, where we allow the support for the specialization of research management. So we want to build capacities in research organizations and universities that help make better applications for the framework program, that help to better implement projects in the context of the organizations. And again, here we allow for quite a portfolio of projects to come together and support that. And of course, there's a big action here on improving EU-wide access to excellence, which is basically under with the wide. What I'd like to do in the next slides is simply to pick some of the widening examples. So the big building block that we have since many years is called so-called teaming projects. This allows to build up a new excellence, center of excellence in a widening country, often by bringing researchers from other countries, including from America, Australia, etc. And these are large-scale projects. So we're talking 10 to 15 million from the framework program. Equal amounts that come from structure is that we create structures. I've recently visited the center in Cyprus, where in the end, the nucleus of our funding leads to researchers that apply then for framework program funding, national funding, etc. So we have suddenly structures that increase the population of researchers in a topic quite dramatically in a country and become really a point of attraction in that country. And this is a quite complex process. It's the one call where we use a two-stage procedure. But for us, this is the one action where we really see important centers of competence being built up in the wider. We have something that's called twinning, where we basically combine organizations from widening countries with leading organizations across the world on a given topic. And important this year, we have for the first time a thematic direction. So we orientate part of the budget around the Green Deal, which is a novelty for us, but I believe we have to go stronger into a direction of also widening calls, linking them to thematic priorities, because otherwise we are not giving directionality to our funding and we miss the possibility to really support also agreed union objectives. This is a call that just opens in April. will call closure on 28 September, and we expect here to fund around 20 projects. Something we tried for the first time now new in this year is the so-called Pathway to Synergies course, opened this week, again called closure in September. The idea here is that we have better links between Horizon Europe and the structural funds by either using results from Horizon Europe projects and bring them into the context of ERDF, or see how we can have a better strengthening of capacities that has been built up under ERDF brought into Horizon Europe. So here, clearly invitation to think if you can possibly participate, because this is a new action. We hope to fund quite a number of projects. And typically in our part of the work program, the oversubscription rates are not as high. So we expect here sound competition, but not too stiff competition. There is another one that is probably good oriented towards organizations of the type, that is on better support to beneficiaries to exploit results from projects. So here's a little of experimentation topic to see what can be done in collaboration between the research actors and the society actors, companies. In that context, we have one that is called the Hop-on Facility. What's the Hop-on Facility? So we allow here projects have been selected under the second pillar, so the clusters and the EIC accelerator, that don't have widening countries on board to take on an additional partner. How does it work in practice? You basically flag these projects that fulfill the conditions. There's a web page that lists them, and then interested researchers from widening countries can go through that list, see which is a topic that fits to them, contact the coordinator, and possibly get that into that matchmaking, submit a proposal to the call, and if successful, they get added with an amendment as an additional beneficiary. We can give around $500,000 per effective. We have seen so far really excellent examples coming through, including proposals where shortcomings in the version summary report were basically fixed with the entity. So it's a beneficial really also for organizations, for the consortium to take someone new on board. In the first year, we had basically a 95% success rate of the good proposals that were eligible. And so we hope that also in this year, we see a lot of proposals coming in. Of course, now we have a higher population of eligible proposals that lack the widening participant, but this is something where you can possibly point research organizations, companies that work in your environment to look into that. The list of eligible proposals will be updated as we go, but that's the link, that's the starting point to look into that. And I think the last example, our so-called excellence hubs, something we tried first last year, and we will repeat in 2024. Here, the idea is that we have two innovation ecosystems in two different widening countries that collaborate together on the topic of their choice. And we have seen a lot of interesting things coming in from underwater cultural heritage to offshore farms, etc. So it is thematically open, but it allows basically two ecosystems to collaborate. And the novelty that we have now in the work program 24 is to have a third ecosystem coming in, including a particular focus on Western Balkans and Eastern partnerships, including Ukraine. So again, a new topic that we tried for the first time in 22, very successful in terms of submissions, excellent projects coming out of that. And for us, that's perhaps a way to go in the future, because we want to not any longer focus only on individual researchers, but rather build ecosystems in widening countries that allow also to translate the research activities into benefits for the citizens and benefits for the economy. And we believe with this, we are on a good track. So this is basically in a nutshell, a little bit what we do with the widening program. In general, we see a very good response across countries. Of course, we have a lot of non-widening countries participating as well. It's not a program for widening countries only. It's a program where the focus of the activities is centered on the widening countries. But I think the biggest beneficiary of the program is still Germany of these projects as competent partners. But the starting point is widening countries and their interests. Well,
thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any question? Yes, please.
Well, thank you for your presentation. My name is the East Netherlands Development Agency, and I think the hop-on facility is really interesting. It caught our attention before, and I was wondering, since your experience with this instrument are quite positive so far, are you thinking of, or not, that's maybe not your the work of activities, but would it be an option to also extend the facility to other European programs? I would be very interested in your opinion on that. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. It's actually something that we haven't faced before, whether we can export that to other programs. Of course, here we are using Horizon Europe money within the context of Horizon Europe, so we can't move it to other programs. But it's probably an interesting question to look into for the next MFF if we want to have a little bit more connectivity between programs, or are able to export models that we have seen into other programs under the MFF. So it's a good point. I think of that.
Any other question? So I have some question related to, I've seen that it's very close to research centers and research activities, and we are here a lot of development agencies. So what kind of role we can play here? I have seen also keywords like I see business opportunities, entrepreneurship, and maybe here we can play a role. So can you develop a little bit more? Thank you.
I think in particular in our new actions, like the excellence hubs, like the synergies part, these are actions where you nicely would fit in, because here we are looking at consortia that bring different components together. And therefore, I think from the context you will see, if you look at that, it basically requires that we have different actions of the ecosystems, and agencies like yours could very nicely fit in there.
One more question.
Thank you for your presentation first. Short question and a comment. Some years ago, just before the lockdown, I think I was at a very interesting meeting at the GRTD around European innovation ecosystem. And there was a big debate even within very advanced cities. I think there was even someone from Paris that said that time or capacity to apply for some certain posts. And there was a very interesting debate about what you pointed out in one of your slides, that they favored a bit more the type of awards. So like a high competitive process of selection of an idea, but then to get some funding for a measure or to continue something without reporting, or with as small reporting as possible. And I saw you had that interesting list of other things than calls, and I was wondering if you're still exploring with this.
Well, I think there is a certain hesitation to have an inflation of awards. So I think we have been very reluctant in the past years to add new awards under our program. We have basically two, from the Insight Award and the gender prizes. But I take your point that in the perspective of, for example, a city that wants to benefit from certain recognition and visibility, it's not the project money as such that comes with a lot of red tape attached and that people apply for, rather than a prize. I think it's a consideration that one wants to stress now in the preparation of Horizon Europe, that are currently having stakeholder consultations on work expressed, and I don't know if Katarina is still here now. My colleagues, I'm happy to also mention that to her, to see what they plan in part of innovation ecosystems, and we are now also looking into new calls for regions, etc. Perhaps there's a role play in that. Thank you.
Okay, there is no more questions. Thank you again for your presentation. And now
have had a lot of your own cocktail drinks, we can head to a karaoke later.
Okay.
Okay, fresh air, yes, thankfully, we're glad that it's not raining out today. No, I don't want it, sorry. I did not jinx it. Awesome. All right, thank you very much to our respondents. Then we can continue with our pitching session for this afternoon. So we will start first with Maria Teresa Scrivani from ProClass. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah. Hello, everybody.
Yes, we can hear you, Maria.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to participate and promote our activity we are doing in ProPlast. No, this is not mine. Okay. And next, please. ProPlast is a private non-profit cluster which is located in Italy, in the north of Italy. It was born 25 years ago, and we have also an R&D facility. So our cluster members are stakeholders working in the field of polymer and composites. We was born as a cluster since the beginning, but in 2008 we were recognized also by Piedmont region as a regional cluster. Our members grown up during time, and from the first 4 founders, we are now around 200 members. In between the member, we found companies, and 75% of the company are SME, and the center, university, foundation, and other association. Our activity are around this 4 pillars that you see in the picture. We started from training, so our company members since the beginning to want to train more their employees. So we start giving them help to have skilled people to improve the innovation inside the company. Then we grow up and offering other services, technical services, research innovation, and also cluster service. Next, please. Just to go deep in detail of what we are doing. Next slide, thank you. I summarize picture the 3 main activity we are doing now. In the cluster section, we support the company that are with us, other company to work with, so networking activities, and look for foundings, trying to find for them public calls or foundings, both in Europe but also in our regional area. We perform for that dissemination and organize work and events just to make possible the meeting of different. We also work in R&D projects, so we participate as partner and also as coordinator in experimental activities regarding all topics around plastics. We don't work in a single industrial sector, but we work in automotive, packaging, medical, and whatever other sectors. Next, please. Next slide. Just an example of a kind of project we are doing, a part of a technical project. We participate in Erasmus Plus project. In this case, this is one it's ongoing now. We try to develop training content for companies. And if you want to have more information regarding this, you can contact also my colleagues that are in charge of the project. Next, please. Time is going faster. So what we are looking for, we have look to all the open call in Horizon, and we are decide to try to create a partnership in the next call. I put here some example of the call we are thinking to apply with some activities. The first four are biomaterial sustainability, healthcare. In this last period, sustainability is one of core topic for us. And also for textile sector, we are starting to collaborate with this company around this topic for recovery and recycling. And these are two topics that we are interested in participating to find a partner. We can offer technical issues and our expertise in valorization of critical raw material, and also we are we have a lot of company and collection. We can make networking and make work in cooperation project, also in interregional cooperation project at this morning. Thank you for your attention, and if you want to contact me, there is more deeper in detail of our project.
Thank you very much, Maria Teresa. Up next, we have, I mentioned earlier, our working group on digitalization. It was actually animated together with the organization that will be presented up next. So Arturo Ibanez from Funding Box.
Yes. Hello, everyone. So nice to be here and presenting Funding Box. So yeah, my name is Arturo Ibanez. I at Funding Box, and yeah, just to give you a brief overview of who we are. Next slide, please. So we are a non-profit organization, and we are providing support to mainly startups, scale-ups, and innovative SMEs to help them grow their businesses, and by providing two main set of services. So from one side, we provide easy to apply funding. So we are leading distributors of European public funds. And we also deliver tailor-made acceleration programs. This is in the next slide. We have been 30 years in the market, so we have been involved in many EU projects, above 86 European projects so far. And in the next slide, I have put some more details on our expertise. So I was saying that we are mostly focused on two pillars. So from one side, we are experts in cascade funding, and also called as financial support to third parties. And we have been managing over 130 equity funds through over 80 technology programs. And we have received in total over applications in all our projects. So the second pillar is the technology transfer part, which is we deliver acceleration program services. So basically, we provide practical go-to-market strategy to facilitate the uptake of early adopters and bringing new technologies to the market. So we bring from the idea, from the problem solution fit idea to the validation of the solution in the market, going through different steps in the middle. So validating the minimum viable product and testing the solution itself in the market. So in the next slide, I provide more details on the both services. So the first one will be cascade funding. So those are some of the services that are included inside the cascade funding. So basically what we do here is we provide we cover the whole process. So from the to the project until the beneficiary concludes the program. So we provide the landing page. We have our own platform for receiving the application. So we receive the application, we assign evaluators. The evaluators can read the proposals and evaluate them, and then we select the final beneficiaries, and we also take care of all of the legal and financial procedures. Next slide. Yeah, and here I'm listing the services linked to the technology transfer program. So basically, we are also exploitation managers in several EU-funded projects. So basically, what we provide here are acceleration services. So basically, the whole process to detect, to define the key exploitable results of the project. We apply the lean startup methodology to identify those exploitable results, to define the buyer persona, and to define a market, and to define the market reach of those solutions. We also launch expression of interest in order to detect and select early adopters to test those solutions. And here I have listed some of the projects that we are applying already this methodology. And in the next slide, I'm listing some of the top, basically in Horizon Europe, every topic that involves FSTP we are interested in, so cascade funding or managing open calls. And secondly, as I was referring before, also anything or any project that is has exploitation activities linked to the activities of the project. So we can also act as an exploitation managers. And a third point also linked to above is all the community management services that we can also provide inside our community of 4,000 innovators. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arturo. Up next, we have joining us here in Brussels in person is Gianpaolo Baglioni from Caveloce.
Everyone. Let's see if we can squeeze a couple of minutes more of attention from the audience. My name is Gianpaolo Baglioni. I'm the responsible of the Brussels office of Caveloce, international consulting company based in Valencia, Spain, and focusing on research, development, and innovation. So what do? We do mainly two kind of things in our company. The first one is the classic consultancy for companies, private entities, public administration, research center, and universities, helping them to writing grants, manage projects, or fulfill all the criteria that they need to achieve public funding. But at the same time, we are not a typical consulting company just doing commercial activities, because our own research lines, where we participate in European programs as beneficiaries, as experts in different fields. You can see here a selection of the research lines where we work more intensely. Health, education, gender studies, urban transformation, scientific communication, social and environmental impact. So everything that has to do with the broader umbrella of social sciences. So we are not specialized in high-end technology, but we try projects and research with those research lines that are often missing in the technology and high-end tech projects. And how do we work is understanding researchers, because we are also researchers ourselves. So we have what we call a collaborative approach. We try to see which needs to be filled in every project. And of course, we try to bridge those gaps, providing either consultancy services or expertise that we can provide in-house. And that's how we achieve, or we try to achieve, creating excellence throughout projects, assisting clients or partners with our expertise in the sectors that I mentioned to you before. And last but not least, this allows us to have pretty good success rate in most of the programs where we assist our clients, but also where we participate ourselves. We have several years of experience in most of European programs, and we are continuously looking to new programs, new partnerships, and new ways of achieving results or delivering results to our clients. Here today, we are, of course, presenting our services, but we are also looking for research centers and regional agencies or regions that would partner with us in the upcoming calls of the European funding. And we are looking for entities that are very much focused on innovation and research and development, not necessarily in the areas that we cover with our research lines, but especially in those areas that might need our research lines to complement their projects. And we offer a wide array of services, of course, from, as I said, the classic consultancy services that any other consultancy company would provide with, but also with this added value of having ourselves being research and continuing developing new research and innovation projects. With that attention, I invite you to reach out to me in the sooner coming break or afterwards, or get in touch with us through our website. And please, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to write to us or get in touch with me directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Giampaolo. We are pretty good with time, so we invite you to have one more coffee right outside. We will reconvene here in 30 minutes. So we do hope that you will come back, especially also to our online participants, because we still have a very interesting session waiting after the coffee break, as well as also very interesting pitch presentation. So see you in 30 minutes. So raise your hand if you had a cup of coffee during the coffee break. Great. So we hope you are energized for the rest of our session. Great. Are we recording? Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Participants. We are back. So we do hope with our day, we have an interesting panel to discuss the Interregional Innovation Investments Instrument and partnerships for regional innovation. I'd like to turn over the floor to Valeria Bandini. Valeria is the manager of the Europe and International Area of ARTER, the development agency of the Emilia-Romagna region, dedicated to innovation, internationalization, attractiveness of capital and talents, entrepreneurship, sustainability, and territorial development in general. Valeria coordinates activities aiming at promoting and connecting the regional ecosystem at the European and international level, providing regional stakeholders with information and services to participate in European programs, projects, and networks, and to develop international relations organizations, especially with reference to research and innovation-related topics. Valeria has been designing and managing with passion a number of EC-funded projects and internationalization programs for over 30 years. She is an old friend of EURADA and eager to represent the association at the European Commission Expert Group for I3 and supports the regional authority in participation to PRI. So Valeria, please tell us more about the topic and introduce us to the panelists.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Rana, and good afternoon. To start with, I would like to thank EURADA for the organization. That is very interesting, I think, and considering the number of people still in the room, I think it's interesting for all. And in fact, it has been already dense with information, and I hope that you will be ready to resist for this last session. I noticed with the poll, with the Slido poll, that most of us are here not for the speakers. That's because the poll was before this session. I'm sure that afterward, the percentage. In fact, my duty is to moderate this session, and in fact, we are going to touch base with two new and very important initiatives, and I would say maybe the youngest among the ones that we have been listening during the day. In fact, we are going to talk about the interregional innovation investment, so-called I3, and the Partnership for Regional Innovation Initiative. And they are both strictly connected with the flagship, we heard about that earlier, of the European Innovation Agenda, dedicated to accelerating and strengthening, I'm reading, innovation in European innovation ecosystem across the EU and addressing the innovation divide. And I mean, they are both linked and, let's say, supportive to the innovation valleys. I'd like to start by thanking our distinguished guests. We are going to have Tomislav Pinter from DG Regio, Eric Koch from ISMEA online, I suppose. I'm sure you have already checked this there. Hello. Hello, Eric. We have Ramojus Reimeris from the Joint Research Center. We are going to start with the Interregional Innovation Investment. I'm moderating the session, I suppose, also because I'm representing EURADA at the Commission Group on I3, and we have been contributing to the works of the expert group from the beginning. We have participated in meetings, provided notes, and we have raised already some issues and specific concerns that were highlighted by our members. As EURADA, we have set up a working group. It's still a small working group, and we welcome other EURADA members to participate, to subscribe to the working group, because I think it's a very good opportunity. And for that, I thank also both DG Regio and the agency for giving us this opportunity to contribute to the development of the instrument and to highlight from the territories the elements that we are facing, helping stakeholders in participating to the program and to the calls. We would like to continue that, and we would like also to hear about the new call that 17th of May, if the information is correct. And yeah, so I think that also this occasion could be a good moment to they are laughing. You will understand why. It's a good moment also to get information and maybe to have an exchange based on the experience that part of our members have already in participating to the call, but I'm sure that most of us we are interested on future call, as I3 is very, very, very relevant for our territories on this opportunity. It has to do with the I mean, it has to do with the need of companies to rate their innovation capacity, to accelerate their capacity. It has to do with the capacity building of territories that still have to organize well their ecosystems. So we look at that instrument as very helpful and very useful for us and for RDAs in general to provide their services to their territories. It's also interesting to let's say, count on the approach of the I3 that is looking at the territories with their different capacities, and the dynamic of combining and making collaborating different territories is very important for the wealth of all of us and of Europe. We are, I mean, I don't want to spend more time because I really would like to have an update and information on the I3 instrument from our speakers. And I hope that also we will have an exchange session afterward with question and answers. And for that, I ask all to participate and contribute. So Thomas first maybe, and Eric introduce, and then we will have our question and answer session, right? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Valeria. Very nice introduction. You said almost everything what's important about the I3 instrument. So for me is just to repeat. And I'll try to involve you also in the presentation. Maybe I will ask some questions, who knows. I will do the first part, and my colleague Eric Koch from the ESMA agency will continue with more practical elements, with the presentation of some projects, and I will stick to the policy part. But let me start first with the short, very introduction. Let's put this interregional investment instrument, I3 instrument, into the cohesion perspective. Cohesion policy, as you probably know, remains one of the most important financial instruments to finance innovation in European member states and in regions. And this continues in this new period, 21-27, where one of the key objectives of the fund, ERDF fund, are these policies, and especially policy objective 1, which supports smart and innovative economic transformation. And the focus of this support is on applied research and the uptake of new technologies. Also, what is important to say as an introduction is that we in the Commission we work on the basis of smart specialization strategies, and Commission support is built on smart specialization strategies. We want to reflect the strengths and assets of and needs of the regions. And ERDF, smart specialization strategies are actually have been a key driver of innovation and competitiveness. And there is here the I3 instrument. In general, interregional cooperation is a key element of the implementation of smart specialization. And it's not only about I3 instrument and about these calls, but as we heard now, will be published in May, on the 17th of May, for networking, cluster development, cooperation, implementation of joint cross-regional and innovative interregional projects, also from national funds and regional funds coming out of the PL1 box. And to start with the scale that is, I think, familiar. I think Vanguard initiative came first with this Learn, Connect, Demonstrate and commercialization approach, and then we added this additional element of upscaling the results in terms of investments. To colleagues from GRC, we in the Commission manage these thematic smart specialization platforms. And over the time, I think we have now 37 or 38 platforms all together. Actually, sorry, partnerships in 3 platforms, and the additional platform of Blue Economy that was established together with colleagues from DG Mare, and we're very happy for this. And the number of this partnership will in the coming months and years. And of course, partnerships and the building of value chains, no boundaries, and the interregional dimension with especially these partnerships became a key determinant. But however, it has turned out that it can be challenging for different innovation actors, like, for example, you in the agencies, to move beyond network and planning, which is typical for these phases, especially towards the joint innovation investments, and especially in less developed regions with weaker managerial capacities. And that's why we have, based on that experience, based on pilots that we had, we came up with the interregional innovation investment, which is a part of the ERDF regulation. So the money comes from ERDF, and that's, I think, a catchy part, because it's the same pot of money that member states and regions use for their national funding. And I think the real reason is why we have interregional innovation investments as centralized funding from the Commission, from Regio, is to overcome this complexity of grant arrangements and different state aid rules. And I think, at least judging from the first projects that we have under the first couple of days, that we managed with this. And now I'm happy to say that we have these first projects. Eric will present some of them. I'm also inviting you now. This tomorrow you can still apply. We will officially launch of that after, I think, more than a year of preparation. It's starting tomorrow. Link is on our web page, or you can just Google S3 Community Office, find the link, and you can either apply, or you can just watch the live stream. Just a word or two on the new European innovation agenda. I think we covered that part with colleagues from DG RTD. Yeah. It's also very important for us because agenda introduces a strong cohesion element into EU innovation policy. It actually observes all these regional disparities in research and innovation performance. I think that this is a problem not only for the regions affected by this disparity, but also it weakens in general the performance of the EU innovation system as a whole. And regions with aligned smart specialization strategies will be encouraged to develop their joint interregional innovation projects. And we are here as I3 instrument to help this with the financing. So I said this call that we will publish will be launched in May, on the 17th of May. but there is also one invitation for you to join this partnerships. Maybe some of you who I think you said that, Valeria, that some of you are already participating in some I3 consortia. So maybe in the future, in the long future, you can become a partnership. So to have a more steady approach, more long-term approach, and to do different things with the help that we will provide in partnerships. And just a few sentences on the way forward. What is important for us, and maybe just a good hint for you for your pitch session. We also want to discuss with you how to scale up all these success initiatives that you are supporting in your regions. It is very good to ask ourselves how to identify and transfer best practices, how to transfer knowledge and expertise from one region, from one original project to other regions, to use these spillover effects, because benefits of projects should not be limited just to these undertakings or partners in the consortia or sectors concerned, but wherever and whenever possible, there should be through these positive spillover effects. And why I'm saying all this? Because your role is very important for us, and I'm not saying that just because I want to be polite here, but it's, as Valeria said, really your role as an I3 expert group member. There you can see some questionnaires that we shared over the time with Valeria and with all of you, because we wanted to get a feedback in your group for the new work program that we published earlier this year, or the calls that we will publish later. And this really helped. This really helped. I still have your inputs, and I believe that once you will see these calls, that you will recognize some sentences or ideas coming from EURADA, and that's very important for all of you. Please, I mean, we cannot manage to read all your inputs, but you can channel this to Valeria, and we will be happy to use this as a future reference. And also, I mean, it's about preparation of the I3 instrument in general. So about some changes in the direction, which we can always do with the work program that sets these general priorities, but also more practical things about the goals. And my last slide. So what's new? Amount is almost the same as it was last time in 21-22 work program. Now, what's different? We will still focus on things like green digital transition and smart manufacturing, but with a special focus on the most burning challenges. You can read the New York Innovation Agenda to find out what that means. We will introduce more flexibilities for the project duration, all of these trends. Funding rate is still the same, but maybe we can adjust this according to your suggestions later in the calls. There is more flexibility in consortium composition, and basically what we want to trigger private investments. And we don't, what is important now is that we don't use anymore this narrative of more developed regions for strand 1 and less developed regions for strand 2A, because we want all regions to work together. We want less developed regions to be present in all consortia. We want more developed regions to also out of this. So you will see all these changes in the upcoming calls. I think I'm not too long, and if Eric is here, I think Eric can continue. I can maybe change slides or.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello?
Yes, Eric, I can hear.
Great. Great to have you. Thanks. Thanks, Tomislav. Thanks, Valeria, and EURADA members. I'm really glad to be with you today, even if it's only virtually. I'm in Brussels, but I have the kids at home, so that's why I'm here with you virtually. And I'm with you because I remember in the past having participated in your events, also brokerage events, when I was still working on the innovation support under Horizon 2020. So some of you may remember the peer learning of innovation agencies call. And well, here I am again in another form, in another context, and I'm very glad to be part of that interregional innovation investments adventure, as explained by Valeria and Tomislav, one of the new features in the EU funding landscape. And with this particularity to have, you know, the look at the smart specialization strategies focuses on S3 priorities, as you can see at the bottom of this slide, and also a focus on investments and concrete investments into companies that are in line with the regional smart specialization strategies. So you have here the big two strands that we currently use to finance projects. So financial and advisory support in both cases. Let's say that strand one is very much focused on the competitiveness. So these are larger scale projects of up to 10 million euros of EU grant. And it also includes, mainly includes more developed regions, but we have also more less developed regions and transition regions in these consortia. So as Tomislav explained, it's not black and white, so you're not either in one strand or the other. You can be in both, and both regions are heavily involved. The strand 2A has, though, a let's say bigger approach and focus on the development of these value chains in less developed regions. So here we clearly see the cohesion dimension of the I3 instrument, and we want to make sure that the main logic behind less developed regions to catch up to the EU average, they can do that. And that's why we invest in 2022 70 million euros of EU budget into that. And these numbers will be more or less stable and slightly increasing over the years until 2027. And then on the next slide, please, you can see that we have an additional element here, and it's all about capacity building. I think this word I heard many times already before I talk about it now. So we know obviously that many of the less developed regions have an issue here. Some don't have the manpower. Sometimes also sometimes they don't dare actually applying for these big investment projects. We have seen it also for I3 in the first calls. We didn't have so many proposals in the big investments strands. Now realize there's an upward tendency. That's good because the instrument is more known. But we realize now when we analyze the applications, number of applications for the capacity building call that was just closed in March, we got 44 proposals, which is many more proposals than projects. So here you see that it's a question also of dimension of feasibility of capacity in those regions. And that's why we have this strand 2B, because we want to make sure that there are some activities possible that help them to, as I say here in this slide, to develop some core activities like ecosystem building with other stakeholders from the region, outside neighboring regions and countries, and then also to identify clear business investment cases for a possible future application under the strands 1 and 2A. So it's really a strand to build up capacity to be ready to apply. You see that the budget is a bit smaller, quite smaller than for the investments. let's strands, but here we're talking about size of about 1 million euros, a bit more of a EU grant. We might have a bit more budget than the 7 million available this year because we might have some leftovers from this strand 1 and 2A. So to be seen in the next weeks because we're now starting the evaluation for those strand 2B proposals. Next slide. I'll be a bit quicker now for the next slides because I know time is running. Just to give you a bit of some ideas for your later discussions, and we can talk later. And I'm available for questions. Obviously, you see here the approach we use. I mean, I think Tomislav mentioned the different stakeholders we are targeting. It's all about the quadruple helix, so the classic 4 stakeholder types that we are targeting. In those consortia. Some of the consortia are built up with some of these elements. Not all of the 4 need to be in a consortium, but we need at least 2 to make sense and to be able to work on those value chains that we want to make more innovative. Next slide. Which actually it's a slide from the capacity building call, but it's also valid for these strand 1 and 2A. Just to show you the basic topics, I think Tomislav mentioned it. We are pretty broad in the approach. I mean, formally it's challenge based, but you see the challenges are so broad that virtually all applications into those. So I don't go into detail. Next slide, please. Yes, just to give you some idea on the numbers. I mean, the project names won't tell you much because next slide will show you how it looks. But you see the numbers. So we are talking about pretty big grants of up to 10 million euros EU grant. Next slide, please. These are the lower funded projects, mainly on the strand 2A, but all at least of total project cost of 3 million and up to 40 million. So these are big numbers compared, for example, with the Horizon calls, from the ecosystems calls, because we are talking investment here. It's not, I mean, we help intermediaries as well, but focuses on investing into companies, hence these larger numbers. You see also the total, as I said, 70 million for this first batch, and this number will continuously increase over the years. Next slide, please, which gives you an overview. Yes, next slide, please. Yes, so this is basically just to give you an overview of the themes. So they are the big topics of current times, related to food, health, materials, and hydrogen. Obviously, it's a very big topic currently. We are also seeing that for the October cutoff, we just finished to evaluate. We had also similar topics, and we are looking forward now to also announce the winners of the October cutoff, by the way, in April. So next slide. Yes, so here just, I won't go into detail because I need 1-2 more minutes. I just wanted to give you some examples of 2 projects we are financing. The first one is on hydrogen. That's the H2 Value project. That is a project between Estonian and Latvian partners that are very setting up a system of transporting system. I mean, they will have waste trucks and public buses fueled with hydrogen. And for that, they will establish a value chain that ranges from the production of hydrogen through solar energy. So it's green hydrogen. So from the production of hydrogen over to through the let's say compression and storing and usage then in the bus and the waste truck system. So if you go to the next slide, you will see that here, just a very concrete example, literally we are talking here about a cross-border value chain, and it's well seen because you can actually realize that the hydrogen will be produced in Estonia, and then there will be a compression and storage refueling station, and then the waste truck from Latvia can and cross the border back to Latvia then to do its work. So this is a very concrete example of one value chain we will improve through I3. And the next slide shows an example from the composite materials industry. And here we are trying to reuse fiber reinforced plastics, and which is materials that are used massively in industry because of their characteristics, lightweight and corrosion resistant. So if you go to the next slide, you also see that this value chain is pretty much European as well. Even more than the previous project, you see that partners are involved, and there's the total funding of 9 million euros. So these are really truly European and cross-border and value chain and investment related topics and projects. That's my last slide, because I would like to give you some time for questions. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think we can go ahead with some questions. I don't know if there are questions on Slido. Yes, I mean, yeah.
Someone asked, do we have an expected date for the launch of the I3 strand to be 2023 goal?
Yes. Who wants? Tomislav, shall I? Will you? Or?
I can say, well, you can always check our work program, and according to the work program, it should be second half of this year. So maybe third quarter of this year. So size them and that in the moment.
Do you have other questions there? No. From the audience? Yes, please.
Just a positive question on the hydrogen project, well, value chain polarization that you showed for Latvia and Estonia. Can you elaborate a bit on the participants? And is there a reason why it was a special mention of a Dutch mentor? And my interested in knowing the geography of this consortium. Possible, thank you.
Yes, and indeed. So it's a consortium of 9 partners, and they have actually 3 different, three different types of stakeholders in the consortium. We have the public authorities. For example, the coordinator is from Tartu, one of the biggest cities in Estonia. So obviously they will be funding then the bus. They are the owners of the public service. Obviously, on the side of the Latvian side, there is the North Latvian Regional Authority involved. Then we have some companies, direct companies that will produce, for example, the work package leader for the production of hydrogen is a hydrogen company or an energy company. We have also from the Latvian side the company that actually does the waste management. So it's that side of the value chain, and then we have also from the say civil society, we have the Hydrogen Association, so that represents that interest, and also the Estonian one, and then we have a consultancy, business consultancy that will produce long-term scenarios for this value chain, baseline scenario, and then long-term, possibly with a business plan, how to move forward after the end of the project, because we, and this is important to understand, obviously we want those projects to be long-term, sustainable. So what we consider here at I3 instrument part is as it's like the kickstart a project and a value chain that becomes then durable, sustainable for on the long run.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Eric. I have a couple of questions. Two more questions on slide.
So there are two questions. The first one would be, do we have unexpected dates for the launch of I3 strategy? No, that's done. Here is sorry. So it's just one, sorry, because we deleted the second one. I don't know why. Which code is the one being launched the 17th May, regional innovation bodies?
Tomislav, I'll let you respond.
Yes, we will launch these two calls, well, one for strand 1 and the second one for strand 2A.
Okay, may I go with a couple of questions that relates to the call, I think. One regarding the condition of having as a lead partner, I mean, as a coordinator, a not-for-profit organization that emerged as an issue in the first calls, because in many cases, RPAs are typically not-for-profit, but in many cases they are not legally, was a limit for agencies to coordinate and to lead the project proposals. Is that condition still there or not? If it's possible, I mean, if it's decided.
Yeah, Tomislav, do you want to? We had the discussion, but for the next, let's next call document. But I think you want to mention that, or?
Yeah, well, you can continue, but
no, I had the impression that internally that we definitely we agree that there are these exceptional cases which are a bit unfortunate, where, as you explained, there are entities that, let's say, by nature have a public interest or serving the public interest, but legally speaking are for profit. In that case, formally speaking, they cannot be coordinators. Well, first of all, there is obviously a way out of that. Is that the partner can still be a member of the consortium and do certain activities. But of course, if they want to be a product manager and coordinator, then I'd understood that we would be working on that. There would be a possibility to be a bit more generous on that part. But I think that's something we need to discuss with DG Regio for the upcoming call document. So I don't know, Tomislav, if there's news on that front.
Yes, indeed, there are news. We are aware of this issue. I will not maybe say that it's a problem, but the issue. And at the moment, we are consulting our legal unit, and we're hoping to find a solution that is close to what we discussed previously during the expert group meeting.
Okay,
but anyway, thank you for raising this. It's really important that you raised that. Not only you, but also other colleagues in the expert group. And based on this, we are still in the process, but hopefully we will come out with something that.
We have Interreg Europe, where in fact it is admitted to have organizations that are not for profit. Even though they're not legally non-for-profit. So our suggestion was to align, let's say, the condition to the one of Interreg Europe, for example. Another issue that we raised was regarding the two-stage application. Now I'm looking at Eric, maybe he's the one who can tell us if we will which call or not, or a two-stage one with a kind of first concept note and then the full proposal after.
Very good question, Valeria. And indeed, that's something we also try to make our minds up. We were open basically to everything. And I mean, there are three different options. We either go for the scenario we have so far, what we call the one stage submission and then two-step evaluation, which is a bit of difficult for us also in timing, because we have actually two steps to deal with. Then we have the scenario of having, as you just mentioned, these short 10 pages applications to be sent as a first stage and then after analysis and filtering out to have a short list of applicants to be able to submit a full proposal. And then there is the classic third option to just go for one. So one submission, one evaluation, which is currently the case for the capacity building call. Now we were discussing the various options, and due to the fact that we had to align, as we just explained earlier on, the different call openings with the innovation ecosystems co-fund actions on the horizon. So opening to be due in May, 17th May, and then especially also the letters, the evaluation letter ready in March. We thought it would be too difficult for us to organize these two stages, meaning these short papers of 10, and squeeze that into this. And we decided for 2023, so for the upcoming call now, to keep the old system of one submission on your side and then 2 steps for us. But we reserve the right then for next year, for 2024, to have all options open. And I think Tomislav as well, and the colleagues, to receive actually some preference, some feedback from the I3 experts, from EURADA members, what they think, which of the 3 scenarios is the best, and to see and to go for that one in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. In fact, I was thinking about the fact of the alignment and the additional constraints, or the necessity to align and to go with the pre-discussed part, or maybe the offer the following call in 2024. There's another question. Other 2 actually. 3. 3. Wow. Yeah. So we have to speak up a little bit just to the floor to our third speaker. Please.
Thank you for your presentation and also taking time to answer our questions. My name is Ingrid and I'm from the Regional Development Agency of East Netherlands. We've actually been involved in 4 I3 proposals in the last year, not the ones presented, but hosting, for instance, if that rings a bell, and also one to be proposal last month. And especially when it comes to giving feedback, we're enthusiastic about the option of the state funding, because we really think that also aligned with the aim of the instrument to actually bring innovation to SMEs. Right, that after the granting of the grant, the final beneficiaries, SMEs in the case, can still be identified, and that really lowers the barriers for the SMEs to be along in a European project. So I was wondering, and maybe you can answer, because the goal is still in development, but maybe you can shed a light as well about this. If the state funding will remain an option in the whole to be open.
Yes, very simple. Yes.
Thank you. Very quick answer. Good. Bogdan, was it you?
I had a comment, but I will make it very short. I was just curious, a bit from my practice, I must say that 8-9 years ago in my region, we had this ecosystem that believed somehow, the commissioner back then, that said that more than 60% of European money that is spent in Europe has no European added value. And then everybody started to think more of the regional project as being European money with European added value. And we had a critical group 6-7 years ago. Somehow we lost it. Like they were interested in this. Now we have some other entities in our ecosystem that are actually joining the I3. And my question was a bit their reflection. What is going to happen with I3, because it looks like in a living lab
it is
format. So I like it. I appreciate the fact that you're totally open to conversation and you do last minute changes, and it's a living structure. I think for us as practitioners in regional development, we may be with this experimental formats. Maybe for some of our companies or entities or universities that are more conservative is not interesting. So somehow they look a bit more for stability than for the experimentation. It's normal for them. They're more conservative in that point. So I was curious how to see the continuation of I3. Is going to stabilize? It's going to be an experiment and then it will fade away. It's going to continue in this post 27. It's a very normative question. I'm sorry. I was thinking that it's a moment to ask.
Well, thank you for that question. I believe that you know that we already have in EURADA working group for the post 27 period. And of course, we are also there as a member. And sure, it's still not on the agenda, but definitely we will discuss about the future of I3, not only among in our unit or regio, but with the working group, with the experts from this expert group that we have. So we believe that there is a future for the athletes.
Yes.
Tomislav, I'm glad you took. Sorry. I just said I'm glad that Tomislav took the easy answer. I mean, and I didn't have to. It's a crystal ball question, obviously. Yeah.
So you cannot see me, but I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Luca Peridori. I'm both the program manager for circular hubs at Holland Circular Hotspot, as well as the Secretary General of Delta. Delta is a partner in the Remco project that has been showcased. And I have one question about the future proposals and the link with the existing I3 project. Is there proposals invited to make links with existing projects also at proposal stage? And then my second question would be, I need a better explanation on the link between the thematic S3 platforms and the I3 projects. Are I3 projects supposed to develop eventual new thematic platforms? Are they supposed to fit in the existing ones? Or how do you envision that?
Maybe I can start the second question and then Eric will. First, there's no strong link. You're not supposed to be to become a partnership, but you are more than welcome to do that. To make your consortium more stable. So why not to join as a partnership at any of these existing platforms that we have now?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's exactly in line with what Tomislav said. I said that from experience, is rather having had experience in the thematic partnerships platforms, and based on that, you might even have some pilot projects under the Learn and Connect phase, as Tomislav presented, and then you went on to go higher and to go for this investment application. So and that's also answers your second question. So obviously, yes, we want synergies with other projects that you have had in the past. It's even one of to read the proposal template for the applicants is the current application with existing projects from the same organizations or from corresponding neighboring areas, sectors. So yes, we want these synergies with and I would encourage you to look for similar areas, partners, and programs.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, but I think we've got the answer. Yeah. So I would close this session on I3. I ask all presents to give a round of applause to our speaker. And we pass quickly to the second part of our session that is dedicated to the Partnership for Regional Innovation Initiative. That is definitely the youngest initiative of the day. And I give the floor to Ramojus Reimeris. I hope I pronounce. Of course, the initiative is very, very relevant for us. And yeah, I don't want to spend other words. I give you the floor, and maybe we will have questions afterward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, great pleasure to be here. Great pleasure to have EURADA community as an active community in this Partnerships for Regional Innovation initiative that we have. We feel the support and we feel interest and ideas that are coming into discussions. So we are glad for that. And also it's been a long day and it's getting late. So probably I will not take long to just very briefly present the concept, the playbook that probably explains the concept and the pilot, which is approaching its maturity. And maybe if you will have some questions, we can have a short time for that. Yesterday we had a high-level event in Vermont. I know I saw some of you taking participation there. So probably you already know better than me what's happening with the PRI, because probably me and my colleagues were running some administrative tasks. So please correct me if I'm wrong with something. Yes, can we have a next slide, please? Nice, thank you. To start, just very briefly about the Partnerships for Regional Innovation, it's an initiative to influence and suggest new ideas for the how do we think about our policies and why we think that it's a good moment, and actually a crucial moment to do it now, because of the various confluence of the trends. Because first of all, there's urgency to address the climate change. Also, we have to think about our economical position, about the economical future of the region in the future. This, of course, there's no question about deep and the social technical systems. We see the revival of the industrial policy, not just in our continent, in other continents as well, and we have to find adequate responses for that. We see a new paradigm of innovation spinning out of the scientific thinking, but already into the practice. And with PRIs, we also want to capture that practice, not just influence, but learn from the regions that are already experimenting, doing something different, something new. And of course, we have good strategies. They've been presented today as core strategies for innovation. And we think that we could support those strategies by offering some maybe new elements, maybe some new ways of working with those strategies, connecting them with other important elements in our understanding. To be very short, it's hard yet to be very precise about PRIs, because it's still the pilot, it's still concept under development. It's, as I mentioned, as a strategic approach, of course, innovation-driven approach about territorial transformation, that we could link the importance of addressing EU priorities, the high-level EU priorities, with place-based opportunities and challenges. We think that the partnerships should create not only economic, but of course, social and environmental value within them. Also, we see that there are many possibilities to address the funding questions by mobilizing funds from other EOs, from other instruments to address the mutually important goals. We also see that there are new ways of working across government, breaking silos, whole government approach, being more creative, more inclusive about defining goals, working within those goals, creating coalition of partners, keeping those coalitions active while not only in the design but implementation phase as well. So there are quite new elements that we could explore and eventually maybe we could deploy in many of the regions. And of course, we think that the partnerships for territorial transformation and for innovation should go beyond just regional development or research innovation policy. There are other policies to be included into that. For that, we published a playbook. I will not focus much, but it showcases many tools. It presents a concept. It's been developed together with the scientific board of, I would say, prominent, maybe most prominent thinkers from the academia of various EU research institutions. It presents a toolbox, which we call fiches. It's a various instruments that has been used already or could be used to achieve some of the goals mentioned. Those tools can be used separately, they can be used in combination. And most important for us is how current pilot participants are using those tools to achieve some of the goals that they have. For this, we started a pilot activity together with the Committee of Regions, 74 territories of different levels. We have networks, we have consortium of cities, we have 4 member states, we have regions that are currently participating in the pilot. Quite a lot of territories, broad coverage. That's why we think that it's very interesting to see how the policies and approach the policies difference, you know, in the north and in the south and other parts of the European Union. What we want to achieve out of this pilot, as mentioned, we would like to test and understand how these tools are being used. Also, we would like to come up with a new version of the playbook. The problem is going to be called playbook, maybe other names. We would like to make it more operational, to make it not just showcasing some tools, presenting new concepts, but more of how to. We would like to achieve that kind of stage of clear proposition for the regional policymakers. We also, within the pilots, territories are very actively sharing among each other the practices that they already have. How do they work? Whether topic specific or not. And here it's a very good testing ground or preconditions for regional innovation balance. That's why PRI initiative has been connected in the European Innovation Agenda with regional innovation valleys. And of course, we see that there are possibilities to apply this kind of thinking for other initiatives that probably is just yet to come or yet to be launched and started. This is a timeline for the, we launched it in April, then there was a playbook presented. Then we organized, just to show you the way that how we work during the pilot, we basically organized various type of events that would be the plenaries that we, during which we discuss the broad important topics, for example, as resilient SDGs, regional innovation values. We did it back in September. Also monitoring, evaluation, the other kind of elements of the innovation policies, of course, focusing on cross-border as well. And this is the timeline for this year. So yes, we will continue our pilot exercise, as you can see, until probably early summer. The revision of the playbook is currently happening together with the regions. We really try to incorporate this knowledge of the regions right into the playbook by showcases, showing practices, showing cases. Also, we started, as mentioned today by our dear colleague Ekaterina, our collaboration with RTD regarding regional innovation valleys. Probably the precise action elements that they will be communicated soon, but of course it involves helping RTD to identify, to connect, to foster the regional innovation valleys or possible elements of the regional innovation valleys. As we know that now is the application open, that there will be calls, but maybe there are already such valleys active. And we just have to work with them. Also, we started a collaboration with Klima, trying to bridge the urgency with the climate adaptation and what can innovation policy, specifically with the interregional cooperation, do about it. So there's also going to be pilot with a little bit less territories than in the PRI pilot. But I think there's going to be some very interesting outcomes, how to be strong with your innovation policy, with being really positively influential for the climate adaptation topics. And we plan to publish the newer version of the playbook later this year in the autumn. We will close our pilot activities with another high-level event that is planned to happen on the 31st of May in Dalarna. The event is connected to the Swedish residency. Very welcome to attend, or very welcome to participate online. It's going to be possible as well. Just to conclude, I think a couple of more ideas. Our scientific committee that supervises this pilot activity and collective thinking together with regions, with other DGs, of course, as well. Yesterday, the Square, the new publication has been published. I would very much advertise it if you are interested into the new ideas or rethinking of what's happening on the ground with such any kind of strategy as transformation, governance, delivery mechanisms, and of course, urgent economic and societal pressures and challenges. I think this book, a selection of publications, covers a brand new and very fresh reflections on that. And it's very interesting to see and learn from it. And well, the very last slide, of course, we will communicate the outcomes of the pilots and any further actions that is due to be set. But we all back that what PRI pilot did to the regions, that it facilitated greater coordination vertically, horizontally. It helped to think, to mobilize, to coordinate different funding sources, or at least to try to pilot that for the same goals, which is actually very good that we are bridging and breaking silos. And of course, open partnerships for the ecosystems in transition. And with that, I probably end, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. I think we have time for a couple questions from the Slando, but one question from Jean, from the other secretariat, and I have one also.
Maybe just very quickly for those of you who don't know me yet, my name is Sophie, I'm committee officer at EURADA. And I have maybe a bit of a naive question due to my relative inexperience in European programming and funding initiatives. When I hear Innovation Valley, I have a few associations. The first one is that of the Silicon Valley. And I assume that the term was chosen because of the appeal or because of the promise that the Silicon Valley had on, and maybe we can see this in seconds. The second association that I have is that of the mountain valley that's characterized by steep mountain ridges left and right. And coming to my question now, in any presentation that I've heard about the PRI and the Innovation Valley so far, interregional cooperation was very much stressed. But how can we ensure, how will it be ensured that after the funding programs end, that these innovation valleys do not become isolated individual pieces in a tapestry in Europe, innovation tapestry that then competes with another to the detriment of each other and not for mutual benefits, and so that they become isolated mountain valleys. But that makes sense. Thank you.
Of course, it's a very difficult question to answer. How to make sure that valleys don't become isolated islands after some time when the, I don't know, water comes or dries. I think that the branding of this initiative to create valleys, I think it's a good one, because it immediately has this proposition of successful stories about the concentration, geographical concentration of the innovation efforts, successful results. It also tells that we should see that we have many European Union that could contribute to that. We also want to make them interconnected, meaning that there is ongoing collaboration, but we would like to find new probably ways and sustainable ways to make this collaboration possible, even without additional intervention. That is what about probably sustainability and long time perspective. Also, I think that there's a shift in paradigm about from probably how innovation policy can be sustainable, how innovation policy can be influential for all the challenges that it has to solve. We have to move from this way of compete to collaborate and co-create. And I see that this wording, which might sound simple in a way and hard to implement, but it's by European Commission that it's been offered. And I'm pretty positive that we'll find new and obvious maybe ways to actually implement it on the ground. And I think that PRI already with the pilot, because there's no money involved in PRI pilots, but yet we have quite many territories dedicating the time, really wanting to share, really being active. So I measure that as a lot of initiative on the ground for this sustainable cooperation, not becoming idle afterwards.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now it's 20 to 6. I have a question, but I keep it for next time. It was, I put you the question and then the answer will come afterward maybe. I'm curious to know, I would like to know what we can expect in terms of supporting, connecting the valleys. I mean, the strength that we showed after September, after the closure of the call for expression of interest. Maybe still you don't have decided that, or if you can give us two information about that and how to activate, let's say, your service.
Thank you for the question. We cannot be precise about it yet, because it's still some details has to be defined also by RTD, also by the supporting entities as some of the regions in this case. But yes, GRC will devote resources, all resources and manpower that we have to help with the development of the regional innovation labs. I think that our efforts might start pretty soon, but on the other hand, there's still quite a lot of time before the closure of expression of interest. And maybe at that point, it will be more clear what is the proportion of the interest that we would have to work with, yes, to meet the expectations of the call.
Thank you very much. So let's close this session with a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valeria, and thank you so much to our esteemed speakers for the information you have shared today. We move on to the final pitching session of the day. And so I believe they are both online. So I would like to call on a familiar face, a familiar voice, as this first picture was actually a former EURADA colleague who also took charge of organizing last year's brokerage event. And she was also animating our digitalization working group. So I turn over the floor to you.
Hi, hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. As Ivana said, I worked for EURADA for 2 years and I was organizer of the brokerage. So I can see that everything is being perfect. And thank you so much again. So now I'm working for Barrabés.bit, which is a consultancy here in Spain, in Madrid, focused on the digital and innovative transformation for the public and private sector. And today, maybe we can go to the next slide. Present our new Lookup project, which is a COSME project that the main goal is to support the tourism SMEs triple transition, which are the digitalization, sustainability, and resilience, by uncovering the value of sky as destination, because as you know, sky is the universal resource that we have. We are linked to astrotourism, bird watching, and northern lights observation, and that's why we have been focused on the Extremadura region in Spain, Cusamo area in Finland, and Transylvania in Romania. Just to give you a summary of 25 months. We just started in January 2023 with almost 1,002,000 euros, and we are 7 partners from Finland, Romania, Slovenia, Italy, and Spain. Our main goals here, objectives, are to build a comprehensive map of relevant innovations and digital technologies in order to spread the word and give competencies and more skills to the tourism SMEs in Europe. Then we would like to accompany and support tourism SMEs in the assignment of sustainability, digitalization, and resilience, and that's why, and I will explain it later, we have one open call as well in the project. Then we will create different spaces to share best practices, experiences, point of views, experiments, and challenges through different webinars and seminars. Then we will design and support the adoption among tourism SMEs of a sustainability monitoring framework in order to know what we want to achieve, where we are, how everything is going, and of course, what we have achieved at the end. And everything will be all together to support the integrity and meaningful sustainable development of rural areas, using the sky as an attraction, giving to the tourism SMEs with the strategies and tools that could be transferable, adaptable, and flexible for the future, and of course, resilience. So maybe we go to the next slide. Okay, this is just an overview of the project and the work packages. Go to the next one, please. And this one, I would like to stop a little bit longer here because we are talking right now about the Cascade funding. This is an open call that, as you can see, has the approach of funnel. Because what we want is different SMEs in the tourism sector committed to the project and motivated to do this. So basically, this approach is moving from one window to another window, and is based on, as I mentioned, on the triple transition. We will go to the window 1, where we will be financing the mentor and consultant in order to have all the process before the certification. Then if you pass this window, you can go to the next window, which is to attendance to a co-innovation event in Extremadura, and of course with a study visit there. And from the co-innovation event, the SMEs have to start, we can say, some kind of business model prototype in order to go to the window 3. It has to be innovative and digitalized and resilient. And then we will be financing the mentor and consultant in order to implement that you gave as a prototype in the window before. Along this, we have as well the visit to Cusamo in Finland. Who doesn't want to go to Finland? And the study visit there. And then the last window is to showcase all the business cases and the business model in order to extract all the challenges that they have faced and so on. And it will be in Romania. So I guess that in 2 months, more or less, the call will be open. And of course, I invite you to be part and register to this. Maybe we can go to the next one. And just to launch the project to be sustainable in the future. So that's why we think that through the Luca project, we can have impact, because maybe through our project, we can have some kind of more financing in the future of the regions that we will be focused. The training, because as I mentioned, we will have seminars and webinars so the knowledge can be shared. The community, because we want to create a community of stakeholders, and the monitoring framework in order to be used for different SMEs, tourism, in different. That's all from my side. And if you have any questions, just write me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. And last but not the least, we have our final pitcher joining us online, Afia Bobia Amanfo for Bridge for Billions. Afia, are you here? So she is not here. Then with that, our pitch presentations are over. So thank you once again to all our pitch presenters who joined us online and in person today. As I mentioned, all the PowerPoint used, not only by the speakers, but also by the pitchers, will be sent to you in our post-event email. So the contact details of our pitchers and our speakers will also be there. So as we come to a close today, I'd like to call on former EURADA President and current EURADA Director, Roberta De Lolio, for her closing remarks and final reminders.
Thank you so much. We have to do this one. So I have some 23 slides to show you before leaving. So please be patient. No, I'm joking, of course. So dear colleagues and participants, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all of you, to each of you, to attend this EURADA Brokerage Event edition. It has been a big pleasure to have you here and to count on those who were connected online. So thank you to all of you. And we really hope that you have found this edition of the brokerage event as informative and productive as we have. So I thank also all the speakers and the panelists. Throughout the day, we have seen many promising collaboration and partnership emerge, even if we didn't succeed in organizing on our board a lot of meetings, but we know that you had a lot of meetings and exchange of opinions, and we are thrilled to witness the potential impact that this connection can have in advanced innovation, interregional cooperation, skill developments initiatives. So I would like to thank all the speakers, all the panelists who have shared their expertise and their insights with us today. Your contribution has been invaluable in creating a vibrant and dynamic environment for exchange and discussion. And this is the base of the life of EURADA Association. So let me also express my personal appreciation to the colleagues of the EURADA Secretariat and also to the members who coordinated the different sessions for their generous support, without which this event would not have been possible. So thank you so much to the Secretariat people. Thank you very much. You have been incredibly effective. So EURADA encourage you to continue the conversation, the potential collaboration beyond this event, and to keep us updated on your progress and successes. Also consider that any suggestions in order to improve are more than welcome. So please do not hesitate to contact us and to tell us what you think that we could do in order to do it even better. But finally, let me recommend your agenda next EURADA initiatives. The 19th of April, some of them have already been told you by my colleagues. The 19th of April, the the UEPO meeting on intellectual property. The 17th of May, the working group on heritage cities. And the 6th and the 7th of June, Agorada, which will be held in Brussels. Agorada is the annual meeting, one of the two annual big conferences that EURADA organizes, which will be the main topics this year: foresight, innovation and interregional cooperation for territorial innovation. That's obvious. It's our daily work, and investment attraction. So this will also be connected to culture, creativity, and social innovation. Talent attraction, skilling, and upskilling development. That's why let's say we pave the way towards towards Agorada, also thanks to the brokerage event. We will organize Agorada, hopefully, not only with our members, but also with the help, of course, of the European Commission, the European Parliament, the COR, and the JSC and the OEC, which we are used to cooperate. And on this, I would like also to remind you that in July, we are organizing our summer school, talking about upskilling and reskilling of regional economic developers. So we will have 1 week of school that we will be organized here in our premises, I think. And don't forget the European Week of Cities and Regions in October. So we will be there together with EURC, because we are a partner in the technical assistance of this program dealing with international and urban cooperation. So we will deal during the European Week on going on talking about foresight, because you know we have a working group devoted to the foresight. So if you are interested in it, please do not hesitate to contact our secretariat in order to be included in this exercise. Then in autumn, we will organize the second annual big conference, which is EURADA Plus. It will be held this year in mid-November in Krakow, with the support of MAR, which is one of our members, focusing surely on innovative cluster policies, but not only on that. Finally, the winter school, which is usually organized together with, let's say we had our first edition this year in February. It is organized with the OECD. Many of our members, only our members, took part to the winter school. This year was in Trento. Next year, not this year, yes, next year will be at the end of the year, or next year, at the beginning of next year. We still have to decide. It will be organized in Holland, thanks to our Dutch members. So we really count on you, and we hope that we will have, and we are sure we will have the support of OECD. So let me thank you again for your participation, and we look forward to seeing you in our future events and initiatives. Please follow us, and last but not least, follow us after the meeting if you want to take some glass of beer together in Place de Luxembourg at the Leopold Bar. And we have a final slide. So please, Giacomo.
Oops, what is it? Yeah. I don't see it. Yeah.
Which is very simple question. Are you joining for a drink? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for. Shall we wait for the answer? You know where we are going. Please follow us, but not only at the bar, also in this.